Yeah. Some journeys ain't loud. They just steady, they just real. Nature's odyssey. Yeah. Still standing.
I walked through fire, didn't fold and break. Lost some love, but I still got faith. From the silence, I rebuilt my name. Nature's odyssey, still in the game. I done seen the highs and the lows unfold. Heart stay warm when the world went cold. Every scar got a story told. Nature's odyssey, solid gold.
Yeah.
Back when the road felt heavy on my chest, suitcase full of dreams, pain in my steps. Left everything behind just to breathe again. Sometimes freedom don't come with friends. Late nights thinking where the time went. Love got distant, heart got bent, but I ain't crumbled, I just adjusted. Real men rebuild what's disrupted. Panama breeze with a silent mind, trying to leave the past behind. But growth don't come if you stay the same. Sometimes you gotta walk through rain. I walked through fire, didn't fold, didn't break. Lost some love, but I still got faith. From the silence, I rebuilt my name. Nature's odyssey, still there in the game. I walked through fire, didn't fold, didn't break. Lost some love, but I still got faith. From the silence, I rebuilt my name. Nature's odyssey. Ain't no shortcuts in this life I live. Every lesson cost some, had to give. Trust broken, ego tested. Still I rise, still I'm blessed still. They say why you move so calm. Storms don't shake us steady. I done learned what peace really costs. You don't win unless you lost. This ain't flashy, this ain't hype. This grown man, purpose tight. Every episode, every mile. Still got vision, yeah, still got style, yeah. This ain't just travel, it's transformation. This ain't just silence, it's elevation. Yeah. Nature's odyssey.
Good evening, everybody, and tonight's topic is controversial cooperative economics. Now, before we start talking about boycotts, Black Wall Street, group economics, or any of the things people usually argue about online, I want to tell you a story. A few years ago, I never wanted to be a YouTuber. I never wanted to be a podcaster. I never wanted to run a cleaning agency. I never wanted to organize caregivers or transportation services. Truth be told, I was perfectly happy writing my books, managing my properties, and minding my business.
We've lost them because.
Good evening, everybody, and tonight's topic is controversial cooperative economics. Now, before we start talking about boycotts, Black Wall Street, group economics, or any of the things people usually argue about online, I want to tell you a story. A few years ago, I never wanted to be a YouTuber. I never wanted to be a podcaster. I never wanted to run a cleaning agency. I never wanted to organize caregivers or transportation services. Truth be told, I was perfectly happy writing my books, managing my properties, and minding my business. Then something happened. A woman invited me to her apartment in San Miguelito, Panama. When I walked through that door, I saw something I couldn't unsee. I saw mothers sharing a small apartment. I saw children. I saw people pooling resources together just to survive another month. I saw women making difficult choices because survival doesn't wait for opportunity. And that's when I realized something. People don't cooperate because it's trendy. People cooperate because sometimes they have no choice. The real question is not whether people should work together. The real question is, what are they working together to build? Because every community practices some form of cooperative economics. Families do it, churches do it, immigrant communities do it, business networks do it. The controversy only seems to begin when black people start talking about doing it intentionally. Tonight, I want to have an adult conversation. Not about hate, not about exclusion, not about blaming anybody else. I want to talk about alternatives. How do we move from survival to ownership? How do we move from dependence to opportunity? How do we create systems that give people another option besides desperation? And why does collective action become controversial when black people decide to participate in it? Let's talk about it.
What's
Yo,
going on? What's going on? How's everybody doing today? Let me get this feedback off of here so y'all
what
can
up,
talk to
though?
me. What's going on, Cool Keem? How's everything?
You know, another day, Black Cleaner.
I hear you. I hear you. So did you get your wish? Did you win your bet?
What bet?
The Knicks in 6.
I don't bet on the Knicks. What you talk about?
You
I
wasn't
am
betting
not
on
a
the
New
Knicks.
York.
Okay, okay.
The
You
Celtics
just
ain't in it. I ain't in it.
I feel you. I feel you. So how was your weekend?
It was good. It was good.
You was on a lot of the you was telling me you was on somebody's live this weekend.
Yeah, I was, bro, and it was rough. It was
They
rough
was
because
roasting you.
they was trying to rip through my skin, but we built tough, so we don't break easy.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. I definitely do. Before we start, I do want to say rest in power to Geraldine Bray, which is my father's niece. Um, she passed away, so I definitely want to say rest in power, rest in paradise to her. You know, she was a very prominent woman at the Martin Luther King Jr. School in Boston. She was a school teacher, taught special ed over there. She did a lot of things in the community. So you know, she passed away, and I'm definitely gonna miss. I used to call her Auntie Jerry because she was, of course, anybody who's older than me or my father's age, I call them Auntie, even though if they my cousin or not. She was also very prominent in an active member in Morning Star Baptist Church, the church that I grew up in. She was like one of the last Brays because my grandmother was one of the founding members of Morning Star Baptist Church, Marie Bray. So it was Auntie Jerry who was holding the door down, holding the fort down for the family. She would go all the time until she ended up coming up with her illness. But yeah, rest in power to her. And also on a happy note, well, let me get all of the sad notes out of here. I was also on a live this past weekend, actually yesterday. Shout out to Vacation Time with Ryan. And some situations happen where it really what happened was, a person got on there, he was a little bit inebriated, and he started talking a little bit reckless to where it got under some people's skin. And me myself, as I say, I'm a happy person. I'm about peace. I'm about prosperity. Those are the things that I'm about. I do not like to deal with confrontation. Rico, if you are listening, if you want to talk about it, you can come on this show as long as you are not trolling like you was on that show. And that's what happened was I watched him on 2 lives, and you could tell that he was drinking, and then he was just getting a, a little bit more trollish to where the first show, they was taking it as a joke, like what you was just talking about, Keem, where you was like, all right, I'm built for it tough. I don't care if you roasting me. It's all good. But then when it got a little bit later in the night, it's 11, 12 o'clock, that's when People ain't taking your jokes or making light of your jokes as they do when they were during the daytime. I always say that, alcohol boils quicker than water. So of course, if you drinking alcohol and other people are drinking alcohol, their temperament is going to be a little bit more heated than before. I drink water. I don't really drink alcohol. So you can roast me all the time and I'm not going to, take it as somebody else who is drinking a little bit more than I am. They might be, that, as they say, that alcohol gets into your system, that courage gets into your system, and their patience gets, a little bit unsettling. That's the word that I'll use. So, but the point that I'm trying to make on this is we need to stop being about all of this, trolling and being all negative because it leads to violence. It leads, I mean, yeah, we're all on the internet talking tough, but, we done seen a couple of incidents on where, people was actually flying out to go see somebody about what they said on the internet. And it can happen. There are people who have the means to come see you. So why are you going to sit here and talk tough on the internet? Don't do it. Just, if you, as my family used to say, if you can't say nothing nice, don't say anything at all. Because
Yeah, I kind of dealt with that a little bit because damn, I just lost my train of thought real quick. But it was
tough talking on the internet. Go ahead.
because I was able to deal with it, bro. I was on that panel for like 5, 6, 7 hours, bro.
Wow. Okay.
And the whole just how people treat people out here, and this day and age, you definitely can't be soft, man. Like we didn't come up like that. And I was just talking to my niece and my daughter earlier on the video chat. Like, do y'all know what snapping is? And they're like, no, what's snapping? I was like, that's what built character in us when we was kids. That's what made our skin tough when we were kids. And some people just don't know how to actually deal with that. And if you can't take the heat, so ass out the kitchen.
I agree with that. I mean, but at the same time, too, when you start getting into other personal issues, talking about people's, you playing the dozens, but some people don't want to play the dozens. You know how it is. You talk about somebody's mama. I'm back in the days after my mother passed away. Yeah, that was my trigger right there. Let somebody talk about my mama. Those is fighting words. Now I got to cut you. Them the rules. Them the rules.
Right.
I done had many fights with somebody done, made a mama joke, at me, and they didn't like it. And as I said, I'm a happy kid, so for me to be happy and then you say something about my mama and then me snap, yeah, I snapped all right. I didn't snap with words. My hand snapped, and you ended up with a lumpy head or a swollen eye.
Right. And speaking to them, I also let them know that you gotta have tough skin, because sometimes them snapping and snapping backs could turn into a fight.
Exactly.
So you also got to be prepared for that when it comes to that. But
but yeah, I just wanted to keep it.
I didn't have tough skin, bro. I would have ran off of that panel in the first hour.
Yeah, everybody needs to have a little bit of tough skin, but at the same time, too, we also need to. We got enough in the world that's going on. People is getting killed over minor stuff. You know what I'm saying? To be worrying about jokes and tough talking on the internet. We got other bigger fish to fry, and that's really what this tonight is about. In celebration of Juneteenth, because Juneteenth is here. When the slaves finally found out that they was free in Texas, they officially made it in holiday. So, this is going to be our Black Fatigue Monday. And today we're going to be talking about cooperative economics. Why every time, as y'all saw the intro, when Black folks come together, we come together to try to do some things. There's always, naysayers and people who want to slow us down and impede progress. Or when we actually do build, there's always somebody who wants to come there and destroy it. And I was just looking through, history, and I was seeing all of these different situations in which that happened. So I'm going to, show a couple of videos, and we're going to react to some of the videos that I have, and we're going to have some questions. But you got the cue card, Keem. Did you want to touch on any of it right now?
Nah, not at the moment. Let's get some videos up, enlighten continue the path that you was on. Remember, people, every Monday night, live at 8 o'clock, Real Talk with Nathan Black Cleaner and your co-host, Cool King. Let's go.
All right. Yeah, look, hold on one second. Let me cue up the videos. Worried about your executive producer. All up in the videos.
All up in the videos. On the songs and
Come to death row.
hey man, shout to the Knicks, man, winning that title. It's been a long time for y'all, but I can respectfully respect it because you guys have been a long time Boston Celtics rival. And I'm on the East Coast, so I gotta go with the East Coast. So big salute to the New York Knicks, man.
Facts. Okay, here we go.
They deserved it. They only lost 3 games throughout the whole playoffs, bro. That's a big thing.
Okay, cool.
You gotta win.
Big, yeah, because they was. I don't know nothing about the Knicks, but I did hear that they ain't won a playoff since 1973, 79, something like that.
Yeah, it's been like
ooh,
something almost 50 years or something like that.
damn, Knicks. So yeah, y'all definitely deserve this chip. I know they got tired of seeing their rivals winning all the goddamn time.
Yo, it's like a kind of I don't want to say like a transformation, but the same team ain't won it back to back in like the last 8 years. It's been a different team every year. And I kind of like that because, it gives the underdogs an opportunity to come up and take them a title.
Mm-hmm.
We get tired of seeing all the same people. I'm not going to never get tired of seeing them Celtics winning stuff.
Facts. All right, let's start with video number 1.
What's
When
this one?
access to banks, capital, and land was restricted, Black communities built their own systems. Cooperative economics is the practice of pooling resources together to create shared ownership. In the 1800s and 1900s, mutual aid societies provided insurance and financial support
Tell me
when
if you can hear
mainstream
it.
institutions excluded Black families. Freedom
Maybe
Quotes
just-
and B, 1966, created economic independence through cooperative production. The Greenwood District in Tulsa, often called Black Wall Street, showed what concentrated Black economic circulation could look like. Cooperative economics is not about exclusion, it's about leverage. This changes how you see yourself. When you understand the power of collective ownership, you stop thinking only in individual terms. Know thyself. Peace to the gods.
Collective, cooperative economics. That's what you should be focusing on. Now let's look at that. Collective, cooperative. What does that mean? That means coming together as a people, playing as a group. Why? Because see, racism is a group sport. It's a team sport. Either you play as a team or you lose by default. That's your problem. You're not playing as a team. You have never played as a team. That's your problem. You cannot talk about coming to this ceremony and start talking about collective and cooperative economics without understanding at one point you're playing games with yourself.
In recent years, young adults have been increasingly drawn.
All right, so what do you say to that?
Bro, you just showed me 2 different things. I know it's all
Same
like
thing.
it coincides together.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yep.
kind of feel like you should elaborate on that right now because you did more of your homework on that.
I mean, we came from a cooperative economic family because I mean, if you look at the history, our family came from Georgia, from the Savannah area, Georgia. They moved up to Boston because of the factories that was up in Boston, and all of the opportunities that was going on during the industrial age. My grandfather, he ended up getting a job at the scrap yard, working the hydraulic machines in order to crush the scrap metal. We had other family members who on our grandmother's side, Nana's brother, Uncle Lewis and Uncle Buddy, they came home from the military and they was using what little military benefits they got in order to come together to save their money, and that's how we was able to buy the properties that we had um, all over Boston. In Dorchester, downtown, not downtown, but across the street from Northeastern, near Slade's Bar and Grill. We owned the corner store bodega. We've had that in our family for almost 80 years. You see what I'm saying? Um, Even with Meadow Bank, you know, Auntie Linda and my mom's coming together in order to buy that house, and that became like the family house that everybody could come there if they fell on hard times. We offered a room for them to be able to stay in until they was able to get on their feet. So we come from cooperative economics. It's now because a lot of people now rely more on their system, which is i.e. job security, which is Section 8, which is, child support, all of these things that Uncle Sam and the system provide, that we stopped relying on each other like we used to. But when we used to rely on each other, we was able to thrive. Because we was all working together, for one common goal. And that's really what cooperative economics is all about. And that was another reason which, had me move from the United States to Panama, because I was noticing that there wasn't a lot of family members that I could, partner with. I mean, there were a few that I was able to partner with. Shout out to my brother Nick. Me and him was able to partner together and create businesses, and he was able to help me to drum up my skills in pest control and environmental, doing the oil spill cleanup. He didn't help me do that, but he actually, put me in that trajectory because he was more so in the construction part of it. So that's what he does now. He still, does the skills in construction, but he also, did hazardous waste cleanup. He also, when he was working for the city of Boston, he was a health inspector. On the rodent end. So he would go out and invest, properties that had a lot of rodent problems. So he was always in the environmental sector, environmental services. That was the department that he worked in with the city of Boston. So he had me, go towards that area, and that's what allowed me to be able to make money and get skills. And when I tried to pass it forward or pay it forward, with friends and family, because they rely on the system or they rely on getting over on people, it just started to diminish. You have jealousy and dissension amongst the ranks. That's what happened. I mean, and there was times when me and you we worked together, cooperative, economics, where we was going out here and doing pest control together and selling uh electronics that I was able to get from Japan, them radios. Remember that?
Yeah.
So so that's really all cooperative economics is that's what it is on a smaller scale. And when I came to Panama, I seen it done a lot more here on a smaller scale, but that's because they don't have their system like we do in the United States. They don't have, job security here, especially for those who, are of a darker hue. If you are an Afro Panamanian or you an Afro Latino, it's difficult for you to get a job because they want all of the cute people to get the jobs, meaning the people who are of the Eurocentric standard of beauty.
Right.
So when you go a lot into a lot of these corporations or companies here in Panama, what you're going to see is a lot more light skin or blanquitas or mestizas working. And then when you go out in the streets, you see a lot more of the Afro Latinos out doing hustling. They're either going to be taxi drivers or they're going to be security, DJ, or they're going to be out here begging, or they're going to be doing some, illegal hustles in order to survive. So because they're relegated to the underground economy. So with that being said, you also do see a lot more of them, dealing with cooperative economics, because that's the only safety net that they have, is to be able to rely on each other. So, but with that, I land. So you have an understanding of what's going on. So what do you say to it?
We need more unity amongst Black people. I spoke on it on a panel before, where like, if y'all ain't fucking with us and what we got going on, we shouldn't be mixed mingling.
I hear you.
We can all come together and be cooperative with each other, and whatever you're trying to present to me is accepted, and whatever I'm trying to present to you is accepted, especially within neighborhoods. Like, there's a Chinatown in every major city in America. Mm-hmm. How is that? A Black town in Chinatown in China. So, Black people need to be more unified. But what is that going to take? Are we even capable of doing that?
Hold that thought. Which brings me to my next video. Are we capable of coming together? Let's see.
Most freed Black people were left with nothing. But one man said, "We will govern ourselves." His name was Tunis G. Campbell, born free in 1812, New Jersey. After the Civil War, he built something unheard of, a self-governing Black society. As land commissioner in Georgia, he led thousands of freedmen to settle the sea islands on the east coast of America. He established Black-run schools, courts, militias, and even a constitution. It wasn't just a survival, it was a blueprint for freedom. He told his people, we must govern ourselves or be re-enslaved. Oppressors feared him, they targeted him. He was poisoned, jailed, and framed, but he never stopped fighting. According to The Reconstruction of Georgia by C. Mildred Thompson, 1915, Campbell was the most powerful political figure among the freedmen. They erased him from textbooks for a reason, because he proved that Black power wasn't just possible, it was happening. Tunis Campbell didn't just survive Reconstruction, he helped lead it. Follow for more true stories of resilience.
One Black man built an independent community with its own schools, courts, and army right in the heart of the South. He banned white officials from interfering. He gave Black people land, protection, and power, and the system tried to crush him for it. His name was Tunis Campbell. In the 1860s, right after slavery ended, he led thousands of freed people in Georgia. While others begged for equality, Tunis built Black independence from the ground up. He bought land, he set up schools to educate Black children, he appointed Black judges, formed Black juries, and wrote laws to protect Black lives. He organized militias to defend families from violent mobs. And yes, he banned white oversight completely. To him, freedom meant self-rule. His communities on St. Catherine's Island and beyond were some of the most powerful Black-led societies in U.S. history. He even helped write Georgia's new constitution. For a moment, Black power was real and working, but powerful people hated what he built. They spread lies, destroyed buildings, jailed him on fake charges, and according to some accounts, even poisoned him. Then they buried his legacy. He lost his land, but not his vision. He never stopped fighting because he believed Black people could lead themselves and win. Tunis Campbell should be in every history book. Say his name, share his story, honor the ones they tried to erase.
Yo, check it out.
So, can y'all hear me? Holler if you hear me. So, what do you think of that, team?
So we gotta do one video at a time.
It was the same. It was about the same person, Tunis Campbell.
I understand that, but with watching those videos that you just showed me, it is possible for Black people to do it, but we got to figure out how a Black Wall Street was created and what we need to do to get back to that. Till we figure that out, it ain't gonna happen again.
Well, that's what we're here for. You know, it starts with each other, because I was listening to one person today, and he was saying it only really takes 5 people to do something, because you get 5 people who are willing to work together, and then once they're able to build it and it becomes successful, and then they can split off and find another 5 people or 4 or 5 people each to be able to duplicate what the first 5 people were able to do. And that's how things usually happen. So, you know, can it be done? Yeah, but you just got to start small. You ain't gonna all of a sudden, you know, just try to and we had this conversation before, trying to do it big, where I was talking about entrepreneurship. You know, entrepreneurship is like jumping out of a plane and trying to build your parachute, you know, before you hit the ground. And that's what people do.
Right.
You know, everybody wants to do it big. That, you know, you hear the term "go hard or go home."
But
does that really work?
I feel like a lot of people misunderstand what "go hard or go home" means. Because "go hard or go home" is a journey, nigga. That's the marathon.
Exactly.
It ain't just go hard for now. It's continue to go hard every day until you achieve where you want to be. Whatever goals you set for yourself ain't gonna be accomplished in a day. So a lot of people don't understand that. That's about the journey and not the now.
Mm-hmm. I definitely agree with that. And you do have some people who they choose the sprint over the marathon. You know, they want it now and they want it fast. It's like, as I said on a live recently, it's like taking the elevator. But just as fast as the elevator goes up, it can also go that way, go the other way just as fast, sometimes even faster.
No.
Versus taking the stairs, you know, it's a long way up, but you know, once you get there, it's a whole lot worth it. And an example is this, like me living in Atlanta, Stone Mountain area. I would always visit Stone Mountain Park. The first time that I actually visited Stone Mountain Park, it was with my Asian girlfriend, and we ended up paying to take the trolley, you know, the little sky trolley up to the top of Stone Mountain Park. But when we did that, once we finally got up there, we was like, oh, this is it. This ain't ish. We stayed up there for like 10, 20 minutes, you know, took a couple of pictures and then left. But then when I, you know, officially moved to Atlanta, everybody used to always talk about going up to Stone Mountain, but walking up Stone Mountain. And not only sometimes not walking up Stone Mountain, but walking up Stone Mountain in the morning to go see the sunrise. And It's a mile up to go up to the mountain. And people actually do that on the regular. So, you know, I actually did it a couple of times, and I've actually brought, you know, some people, myself to go up there. And once you walk up Stone Mountain, once you make it to the top, it's a whole lot better, because now you've done the view is a whole lot better because of what you had to go through in order to get there. You appreciate sitting up
Right.
there and watching and looking at the view. And even when you see the pictures that you've taken when you have gotten to the top of Stone Mountain, every time you see the picture, it always brings back that feeling. Oh, that's the time that I walked up Stone Mountain. It was an accomplishment. So it's the same thing when you take the stairs, when everybody works together and they accomplish what they accomplish. I understand, people want stuff now because, tomorrow is never promised. But you also need to, you can live for now, but you can also live for the future.
True.
Into the cue cards. What was one of the top questions that was on there? It's question number 1.
Let's see. So, do black people have a problem spending or problem? Hold on. Do black people have a spending problem? I got it. Do black people have a spending problem or an ownership problem?
What do you say to that?
It might be a mixture of both.
I agree. Because we were bred to be retail consumers instead of wholesale producers.
Or even creating ownership.
Yeah. When Grant Cardone and Dave Ramsey is talking about, you shouldn't owning is bad. You should rent one of these apartments. Who are they really talking to? They ain't talking to their people. They talking to us.
Right.
Us black folks. Why? Because they need somebody to buy their products, which is, the apartments, their what's it called? Their courses, because that's how they make their money. Same thing with a lot of, as you was talking about earlier, with Chinatown and all of these other foreigners. When they usually come to America as immigrants, they're not allowed to go into the rich white neighborhoods and set up shop. They're prohibited from doing that. So where do they come and they set up shop? They come and set up shop in our neighborhoods and get rich off of our consumption.
That's got to stop, yo. That's got to stop because y'all are not going around buying our products. And I'm starting to feel like that can no longer be accepted. If you ain't in our hood, if you ain't in our neighborhoods, and you ain't interacting with us, and you don't come buy our products too, we can't mess with it no more, though. And it's time to turn a eye to them and be like, all right, well, y'all figure that out. Because if we ain't coming to buy your shit, you ain't selling.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the first step. And I'm not taking no shots at anybody. But if you're in our neighborhoods, in black neighborhoods, and you got these stores or whatever you own, and you ain't interacting with black people are trying to present to you too, we got to stop that. We got to black own, black this, black that, black everything, and that's fucking it.
I'm black, y'all. I'm black, y'all. I'm blacker than black, and I'm black, y'all.
And I'm not racist.
Nah, that's not.
Nobody.
I mean, it is racist, but it's not supremacist. See, there's a difference between loving your race and thinking your race is better than everybody else's, or thinking everybody else's race is inferior. It's funny because I've met a lot of people in Georgia who were supremacists. Okay. And the one thing that they would always say to me is, I don't see no color. And to a person to tell me that they don't see no color, you know what that tells me? You only see one color. And that color, and you think that color is better than every other color if you don't see no color. Because I see every color. I see the Japanese, I see the Chinese, and the things that the Japanese have done and contribute to societies. You know, their electronics, Panasonic, Toshiba, you know, their automotive genius, Toyota, you know, Nissan, you know, these are the things that they've created. Then you go over to China and you can see that they're a manufacturing giant over here. You know what I'm saying? They manufacture, we depend on China's manufacturing engine to be able to fund America and the world, what they produce over there. And when we was having all of these tariffs that's going on right now, what's going on? It's kind of harming us right now because we rely on that engine. Same thing with, you know, the Latinos that come over to America, and they are doing all of the farming now and agriculture because, you know, the Black folks have forgotten you find some that are Black that are still doing it. You know, you have a Black Farmers Coalition, but we understand what the right hand and the left hand is doing now. So because we understand what the right hand and the left hand are doing, they want to cut us out because they don't want us to be able to take a part of their market share. Okay, a long time ago, we was just the sharecroppers. We were, you know, the ones that was just doing the labor, and then they was just paying us a pittance. They called it peonage.
True, because how does Black people have over 100 products that have been invented in this world that are useful every day, all day? Mm-hmm. Where's our credit for that, bro?
Yeah, well, you already understand that. They said a long time ago, the greatest thing white people has ever invented was the patent office.
Nothing. They invented stealing.
The patent office was the greatest thing that they invented, so that they can take our patents for themselves. And they're eating off of that.
Bro,
Same thing with, you know, in the music industry, you know, the greatest thing that they're doing is what? Taking everybody's publishings and eating off of their publishings.
Right. So,
and how do we eat? We got to go on tour.
In reference to the video that I watched earlier today, this man made a statement. He said the Black man invented the light bulb, the white man invented the electric bill.
Yep, exactly.
Like, come on, man. What are we doing out here, man? How is this shit even possible? This shit got to stop. Because the shit is like live in our face. When the fuck do we buck up? And you know the rest of the story.
Mm-hmm. Well, you just got to, as I said, it starts with us working together. But let me get through some of these videos. Hold on one second. Add this to page. Go ahead. And then I'm gonna drop the link. I know.
No, if we got comments, put that link out.
Hold on. Talk more about Tunis.
We're about to drop some knowledge on Tunis G. Campbell, the unsung hero of Reconstruction. This Black leader wasn't playing when it came to standing his ground in McIntosh County, Georgia. While others were running from the Klan, Campbell was organizing, resisting, and winning. Campbell built a self-sufficient Black community on Georgia's Sea Islands, serving as justice of the peace and even a state senator. He wasn't just talking the talk. He formed a 400-strong Black militia to defend against white supremacist violence. Education, land ownership, political power. Campbell was making it happen for freedmen. But why don't we hear about this boss? His story got buried, but it's more important now than ever. Campbell didn't just survive Reconstruction, he defined it. His courage, strategy, and vision made him one of the most powerful Black leaders of his time. So let's give it up for Tunis G. Campbell, the forgotten hero who stood tall against the Klan.
San Basilio de Palenque, located in northern Colombia, is a town with a powerful history as the first free African settlement in the Americas. Founded in the late 1500s by escaped African slaves known as cimarrones, the town was a refugee from Spanish colonial rule. The town's most notable leader, Bencos Piojo, was a former slave who organized resistance efforts and established a self-sustaining fortified community in the wilderness. After years of resistance and rebellion, Palenque gained official recognition of its independence in 1713 from the Spanish crown, making it the first legally free African town in the Americas. This historic victory cemented Palenque's role as a symbol of freedom and resistance. Today, Palenque is renowned for its distinct culture, including its own language, Palenquero, which blends Spanish with African linguistic roots. Palenque stands as a testament to the resilience of African culture in the Americas.
Yes, Black Colombians exist. And if you ever go to Colombia, tú tienes que ir para Palenque, which is the first freed Black town in the Americas, formed by enslaved Africans who escaped their masters. Now, this is an 1.5-hour drive out of Cartagena, but the fact that the city is still preserved and exists is insane. There is so much history and culture in Palenque. Like, this is my second time coming, and I've learned so much. They even have their own language, Ecucheneto.
¿Cómo está? Es ¿cómo están? Si quiero responder estoy bien, la lengua palenquera es usa está bien.
The way that they've been able to preserve their traditions, like I was there and I was getting emotional porque eso no se ve mucho, you guys. Literally felt like a piece of Africa, which is what they refer Palenque as a lot. You even learn about how the women would use their braids to create maps to escape. They would even hide seeds for food in their braids. My grandma has always told us that we have direct descendants from Palenque, so being there was like such an experience, y'all. And the food too. Actually, last time I came, I didn't try the food, pero la comida, 10 out of 10. Y escuchen esto, no one in Palenque died from COVID-19. They believe that herbs and plants are the true healers for when someone gets sick.
Esto lo utilizamos para expulsar cálculo, también regula la diabetes.
Like, I love that. They even let me try a tea that they made with the plants that they grow, and they bless my bracelet to protect me from bad energy, because that's real. I even learned how to box a little bit, because guess what? The first boxing champion from Colombia was from Palenque.
Coming here made me even more proud, like even more proud to be Afro-Latina, to be half Colombian. I'm so grateful to be able to learn more about my history, and y'all, Palenque is somewhere where I just feel like everyone should go.
If I asked you to picture a Colombian person right now, you'd probably imagine someone who looks like this, or this, or this, right? But then you come to a city like Cartagena and you realize that Colombians also look like this. If you're new here, I'm Nicole, a thoughtfully unserious journalist who likes crop tops and short shorts, reporting on travel, history, and culture. Colombia has one of the largest Afro-descended populations outside of Africa, but you probably wouldn't know that based on what you see in the media or even the Colombians you're most likely to encounter in the United States. Because the reality is, complexion privilege absolutely plays a role in who has the means, access, and opportunity to immigrate here. And what you also might not know is that the first free Black town in the Americas was established right here, and it speaks to Colombia's connection to the motherland. That town is San Basilio de Palenque. It was founded in the early 1600s by formerly enslaved Africans who escaped Cartagena under the leadership of Bencos Biol. Together, they built a fortified community that Spain tried and failed to destroy for decades. The Spanish ain't want no more smoke, so they eventually signed a treaty recognizing Palenque's freedom, making it the first legally free Black town in the Americas. By the way, I said free Black town, not free Black country. I understand that Haiti was the first free Black country. No one's taking that away. Have the conversation we're having. Inside Palenque, they even created their own systems of governance and developed Palenquero, a Creole language rooted in Spanish and Bantu languages from Central Africa. Today, the Palenqueras dresses have become one of the most recognizable symbols of Colombia. You see them in ads and all over the gram. I mean, look at this photo right here. Ain't it cute? But their existence is more than a photo op. It symbolizes Black history and pride in a nation that owes its entire existence to both.
All right. So let me go to the comments before I continue. But salute. Is that sick of the lies, man? I always be seeing your thing all the time, and I be wondering, because I can't pronounce all of that the words that hold on. He said
What?
salute. One of my one of the frequent people who is a part of this thing of ours. Call them sick of the lies.
Sick of the lies?
Yeah, XX206. So he said, what's up? I did drop the link for anybody who wanted to get on. So feel free to get on if you want to get on.
Let's go. Come up. Let's talk about
Yeah, we talking about solutions, what we can do. Hold on. Can you read that, Keem?
Hold up, cuz
Shout out to Ronan Travels.
shout out Ron Travels. Salute to the Black Cleaner and Cool King, my brothers. Salute to you, Ronan Travels. Right back at you.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's Ronan again. Salute. Who else? Travel POV, salute to you. What's going on, Travel POV? You still at work? I know it's Monday morning. You was outside last night. Shout out to Chalupe talking about JP Morgan. Who else?
Cuzzo.
Yo.
Anybody backstage?
Nope, nobody backstage. There's nothing. What's that one say? Can you see it?
Seattle is now taken over by the white elite. It was where the Federal Reserve was formed in the 1910s. Sea Isle is now taken over by to white elite.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because shout out to Chalupe talking about Sea Islands. Yeah, because Tunis Campbell, the black senator, one of the first black senators. He after slavery, he became a black senator of the Georgia Senate, and he also created the black town in St. Catherine's on the Sea Islands in Georgia. That's pretty much what he was in reference to. It was an all black town and Gucci Gullah Gucci, Georgia. And actually not too far from where my family is from. We weren't on the island per se, but on Blackshear, Georgia. That's in on that Georgia coast, Brunswick, Georgia. All in that area. We're in the swamp. We're a little bit, like 45 minutes away from the coast in the swamp. But and it always made me wonder why our family ended up, because originally my family, my mother's father's family, they came from North Carolina, Duplin County, and moved from Duplin County during Reconstruction down to the swamp, Okefenokee Swamp, around that area. And I was like, why would they move down south instead of going up north? Because I thought, of course, me being from Boston, I always thought, the freedom was up north. But then you later find out that there was an underground railroad that actually went down south towards Mexico. But also, too, during the Reconstruction, they was giving a lot of land away during the Reconstruction, the Freedmen's Bureau and all of that. And Tunis Campbell actually knew that eventually these people was going to come to take the land back. So what he did was he said, cut down the trees. There was a story because I was actually looking at the documentary. He said, what you need to do is cut down the trees in those areas and sell the lumber to the lumber mills. And that will give you enough money to be able to, be free. Because what his game plan was this. After Reconstruction, they took back the land. But the trees was cut down. And of course, these white property owners was looking for black folks to come on the properties and sharecrop. But the black folks was like, nah, we ain't doing that no more. We free now. That's free now. We ain't doing that. To the point where, because a lot of the white landowners didn't have workers to come work the land, they had no choice but to sell the land. And because the black folks cut down the trees and sold the lumber, they was able to buy the land back for pennies on the dollar from the white landowners. And that's how they was able to get the land in St. Catherine's. He was actually able to buy it from the white landowners because they didn't have any workers to work the land to make them rich anymore. And that's the key, right? That's why they always want to, discourage us or slow us down from what we're doing, because they already know, okay, if we all came together to do what we wanted to do, it's going to take away from their market share.
Right. So is buying land better?
Yes.
Okay. And I've always heard that.
The reason being is because there's so much things that you can do with the land. As I said, there was a book that I wrote, that I read that talked about, buying land, buying land 101 or whatever. And it said what people do, the one is selling the lumber, because of course these lumber mills, they need wood in order to build houses, in order to make paper, to do all of these things. So if you have at least 50 or more trees on your land, they'll be happy to come and cut the trees down so that they can use it to turn into raw materials for construction. So that's number one. Number two, okay, if you're not going to use it to live on and make it a homestead, you can always, lease your land out for for farms or for livestock. So there are other uses that you could do with just land.
Even a commercial.
They'll turn their land into a petting zoo. Some people will turn their land into hunting grounds to hunt deer and wildlife. Some people, if they have water on their land, they'll make it a fishing hole or a watering hole to go fishing. There's always so many different things other than just, turning it into construction or commercial property. I remember
Right.
my
a little plaza with a donut shop on it called Winky Dinky Dog.
Yep, and sell whole cakes.
Holy
Winky
moly
Dinky
donut
whole
shop.
cakes.
We got Holy Moly Donut Shop where you get a free donut every day with right.
All that, there's because it's land. And now because we have all of this technology now where, you can actually go get it, have a tiny home or go get a shack or a shed and just have that transported and just build out the shed or the shack. And remember when we came from Miami, we did that Miami trip and we stopped in our ancestral town in Blackshear. And we saw our cousins.
Quick question. So Grandma Gladys grew up there, right?
Well, she grew up closest to Savannah, but whose house that we went over, cousin William, that's actually cousin Gladys's nephew.
So that was his house that we went to.
That was his house that we went to, yeah.
Okay, understood.
So she would come from where she lived at. She lived in Hinesville, Georgia, which is a small town near Savannah. That's where most of the black folks lived at, around that area in Chatham County. And she would come visit the great, her cousins that lived over there in Blackshear, Waycross area a lot. And that's actually how she met my grandfather, because my grandfather, the land that we saw where all of the brush was, all covering the whole land, that's where my grandfather lived.
Okay.
And that's where she was able to get him, and they was able to get married, and he ended up moving to Boston, taking her. She was one of the first out of her family members to move to Boston. And my grandfather was one of the last of his family members to move to Boston, because our family moved to Boston and Buffalo, New York. And the Anderson / Gray family, they moved to Boston, and New York City. So we have a lot of Anderson family. Did you know that Kenny Anderson is actually a part of our family?
Yo, I heard that before, but I never like truly believed it because there was never no proof of it.
Yeah, it's proof. But the Anderson family is actually our our great grandfather, Dan Anderson. That's his family. So you know how it is. We got we have how many? We got two sets of grandparents, and we got four sets of great grandparents.
So
So
that's why hold up. So that's why my brother always be like, "Nigga, I'm Anderson."
exactly.
Okay, but that's in the bloodline though.
Yeah, because as I said, Grandma Gladys, or your great grandmother, she's actually a Gray. So the Gray family married to the Anderson family. So her mother and father, her father was last name is Anderson. Her mother's last name is Gray.
Okay, I'm getting a
So we
history
just
lesson y'all, tonight
yeah,
because it's
exactly.
so knowledgeable. I've always loved this guy in my life, all my life, because I've always learned something from this guy. So I'm getting a history lesson right now.
hmm
Let's go. Nate, the black cleaner.
But the point that I was trying to make was when we went to cousin Will's house, he lived on his own land, and even though he lived in what you would call what is it, a mobile home or a trailer, whatever. And we went up in there, and it was real nice, right?
Don't go home because that what we saw still on the land though, like the structure, it didn't look like a mobile home. It was a small house, but I wouldn't say mobile home because they couldn't pull
Yeah,
off and relocate that.
but that's what they call mobile homes. Those are just the ones that you can move them, but you just have to attach them to a trailer. Um, what they do is they put a what's it called, a skirt around the bottom, so you won't be able to see the underground, to where you can see that they can put wheels on it and move it.
Yeah, true, and I've seen that before.
hmm But the point that I was trying to make was we went up there, and cousin Will, I was kind of low key flexing because I was saying how me and Cuz Keem, we just went to Miami, so we was on our way back from Miami, and then when I said that, I guess cousin Will kind of knew that I was kind of flexing. So all of a sudden, cousin Will started flexing on me. He was all like, "Oh yeah, we was up in Miami like 3 weeks ago. We went and took the kids down there, and then we ended up going to Disney World. And then actually, we on our way next week to go to the family reunion up in DC. You coming?" And
Right.
I was over here like, oh damn, Miami just broke me. I gotta go home and go to work so I can go, continue paying my mortgage and living. And this dude done, did like 3 and 4 trips in under a month. How the hell is he able to do that? But I realized, number one, he owns his own land. It's paid off outright. Okay, which means that his house is all paid off outright. So any money that he makes go straight in his pocket. The only thing he got to pay is his property taxes and his utilities.
Right.
That's it.
That's
So
how we
he has. Go ahead.
that's how we gotta start thinking and like, even just coming together as black men ourselves and incorporating other black men into what we're doing. Like when we start coming together and we start thinking like that, and what does money gain? Money gains power.
Exactly. But as you said, you got to understand, because a lot of times what it is we're attracted to the shiny stuff, you know, but really it's the boring stuff that creates the power that we're looking for, like i.e., okay, being over here living in rural Georgia, nobody ever thinks about living outside the metropolitan city. They want to be, where everything is walkable and convenient. But the people who actually have a lot more power is the ones who live in the rural counties. Why? Because it's cheaper in the rural counties, but also too, you have land to where you can grow your own food and do, a lot more things on your land. You have space to be able to create, like what you was talking about earlier.
Right.
When you're able to create, now you're able to get out here and get to the bag. But a lot of people, they don't want to be in the rural areas. Why? Because it's too quiet. It's boring out there. I ain't in the thick of things.
Right. All right, let's spin the block, cuzzo. Real quick. Do you feel like we're still suffering from racism, lack of organization, or both?
I feel it. Yeah, it is both. Because we do have an open enemy, but we, on top of us having an open enemy, we also are not working together. But I was looking at, and I'm gonna get to that. Hopefully, I'll be able to get to that video later when it comes to Chancellor Williams, discovery of destruction of a Black civilization. That's what he talked about. He said, Black folks, the reason that white supremacy was able to take over in Africa and destroy us so quickly is because all of our kingdoms were separate. We never got along. We all just lived together in our separate kingdoms versus us working together. And then when one kingdom got conquered, the kingdom had too much pride that they didn't want to ask the other kingdom for help. And so, these empires were able to come and just one by one come and destroy each kingdom one by one. Now they were working together. We weren't.
Why is that? Like that's a problem. And to date, we still have that problem because ever since we've been broken down and broken up, we can't seem to come back together.
Facts. I agree. So we got to learn. That's the thing. We got to learn about cooperation and working together and not, catching feelings because either somebody's doing better or somebody is roasting you or whatever. Because, there's people that will, they'll throw everything away over pride and ego. And that's really what it was right there. The reason that it got destroyed was because there was people who had too much pride and ego to want to work with the other person. Let's get to the comments. Let's see. I know. Where was I? Can you see that, Keen? Travel POV.
I am simple. I don't know what the title.
Say it again.
He said, I am simple. I don't know what the title.
I don't know what the heck that means.
Me either.
You're gonna have to explain yourself with that one.
Shout Travel POV though.
Let's see, who else? What was the other question? Oh, or do you have a comment for that question? Do you think racism or is it racism or lack of organization or both?
Definitely feel like it's both. Because although we live in a less racist world at the moment, racism is still applied in many places.
I feel you.
Slavery, we know, still exists through the penal system.
Mm-hmm.
So there's change, but it's just been rearranged.
Gotcha. Salute to True Prodigy. He's saying salute. So thanks for watching, True Prodigy.
Salute, True Prodigy.
Who's backstage? Ronan Travel says he's backstage. Oh, okay. Oh, Travel POV said he was backstage. I don't see him. Let's see.
Thank you,
Coming to the
everybody. for tuning in.
stage. Is that Travel POV? Salute. Is that you backstage, bruh?
Man, I've been back here for like 15 minutes.
Man, we going on our tangent. Sorry about that.
I think Roland is backstage too. I think he said he was.
He said he'll be up in a couple of minutes. I saw that.
Yeah. No. He the last comment he said he's backstage.
All right, hold on. Let me look. So how you doing anyway?
I'm doing all right. No, I didn't understand the title. Controversial Cooperative Economics. What does that mean?
Basically, anytime that black folks want to get together and do cooperative economics, it's controversial. Everybody else can do it and nobody says anything, but as soon as we do it, everybody wants to make a whole hoopla about it.
Oh, okay. Oh, he was talking about me being backstage. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
For example, the reason I did title it that way was number one, the whole situation with
I'm listening, but hold on. I'm listening. Go ahead.
The what was it? The 14-year-old Cyrus in South Carolina, Cyrus Carr, I can't think of his last name. I don't want to mess it up. But he ended up getting shot in the back by the Chinese convenience store owner. And he thought he was stealing, and he chased him down he chased him pretty much over a football field, and ended up shooting him in the back and killing him. And then he ended up getting off on it. So, of course, that created an uproar in the black community. And when it created the uproar in the black community, of course, the first thing that they said was, let's boycott, all of these Asian markets. And then once he said that, there was a whole bunch of YouTubers that got on, Anton Daniels being one. There was another lady who got on there and started talking smack about, the black community. They need to do better. They need to raise their children better, so on and so forth.
So, Ronan, Travel POV. My question to you is: do you think that boycotts, buying power, can be an economic strategy?
If we can unite. We can't boycott Gucci and then next week buy Gucci. Like a boycott needs to be like you stop buying them.
Period.
You don't just stop. You don't just take one day, take this day, like those things. Now you also got to say, who are you boycotting for? Like when I was looking at the Target thing, I remember the Target thing. We were boycotting mostly our own people in a sense, because they put a lot of our black people in the stores, and we started boycotting Target because of the they took out what call it, whatever they took out
they took
certain
all
things.
The black-owned businesses or the black-owned manufacturers.
They took it out, but they still had the black people, and we didn't support them. And the people who were leading that, I remember seeing them, are the blue-haired white people, which I didn't understand that. And god damn, um, not Jesse Jackson. What's the other one?
Al Sharpton.
Al Sharpton was leading it, but he had
Okay.
a lot of white women with him. I was just like, I didn't understand it. So those things to me, I think if we really want to make a dent, we need to support our own people. Meaning, like, we need to support black people, black businesses. We need to support the community. We need to invest in ourselves. I don't care about boycotting this big company or anything like that, because we're gonna go right back to it. You need to invest in ourselves. We need to start investing by starting investing in your own community. And a
Yeah,
lot of people don't do that. Don't just go to the big brand that's in New York. Start with your own community. Start investing in those people. Empower those people. People you know, people you see are working hard. That's what I try to do.
I agree.
So
And the optimal words that you just said was those that you know, those that you see that are working hard. Because,
yeah.
of course, everybody's always going to say, what about the guys who are scamming or, they give poor
Yeah.
service? Like, I see that here. Like, we have one black owned, black operated sports bar here in Panama.
Mm-hmm.
And when I'm saying black owned, black operated, I'm saying black American owned, black American operated. And we all supported it. But then when you look at a lot of the original expats that started here, they went there for the grand opening and then they went there, a couple of more times. And then they said, nah, I'm not going there no more. I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not supporting this black owned, this is called Daiquiri 23. And I'm like, why? I mean, he's one of us. He's giving a poor service. There's other restaurants that I could go to, that's offering better service than he is.
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought, that was kind of wrong. I mean, granted,
It's not. It's not. I don't think it's
Cousin,
wrong.
to
They
find
still
any
got to
and
provide good service. They still got to do everything up to par. Just because, like, to me, my money is important. So if I'm gonna support you, I'm gonna give you the one shot to show me that you could do good. Um, and then it's usually a higher cost, but I'll work with you. I'll do what I do. But now if I come there, I'm waiting in 30 minutes. I'm doing all this stuff. I'm like, my food is not coming out right. I'm not gonna trash it. I think a lot of us, we trash places. I don't really like that part. I
mhm.
just say I didn't. It's not for me, and I'll move on, and that's it. But a lot of people will sit there and trash it, and I think a lot of our people trash our own stuff.
Yes,
I
we
would
do.
just like
I don't think the only
Beyonce's
one.
mom. Beyonce's
Right.
mom. She tried to do something in her own community. I know she's rich. I know, but she tried to do something in her own community. The second she tried to do that, us people were trashing her stuff left and right. And then, yeah, unfortunately, the health department got involved. It didn't work out. But before it even got a chance to start, people were trashing it. So I didn't like that. So those things, I think we self sabotage each other. Because
Yeah, exactly.
if a certain, and I don't really talk on race too much, but if a certain ethnicity, white, whatever it be, when they start a business, they just start a business. If it does good, it does good. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But their people are not trashing their own people. We do that a
Mm.
lot, and I don't really like that. If
I
you don't
agree
like
with
it,
that.
you just move on and go somewhere else. But
I
don't
agree.
sit there, get online, and say, "Oh my God, the here is terrible" and all this other stuff. You just had a bad experience. So just those things.
And yeah, because things get better. Like, I mean, when he first opened, he was in one location, and the internet was bad. So when he would try to, have events where, like watching the playoffs or watching boxing matches, the internet would stall. But now he was able to move to a better location, which was, in near the casino. Now he's getting a lot more service, and also he's getting a lot more better service when it comes to watching the games and stuff. And so things change over time. I mean, in the beginning, you're just trying to work out all of the bugs. Not everybody's going to be 100% perfect coming out the gate.
Yeah.
But if you just sit there and watch, and when you start to see things improve, then you can start to go back to attend.
Yep.
Or even help them,
Yep.
because sometimes that's what I see too in some communities. They'll complain, but then they'll also support and help.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
So sometimes
travel.
and it does take some time. We need to stop like worrying about them on the grand opening. Just wait till they get their feet settled and start doing things and start figuring things out. But yeah.
Go ahead, King. What was you about to say?
I was about to spin a block on something that you and I already spoke on.
Okay.
Travel POV would a Black Wall Street be possible again?
As it was destroyed before, but I don't know if it'll be possible. Because now we're dealing issues against ourselves.
Hmm.
All right. For
That's
those
hard.
that don't know who've been under a rock, I'm about to show this video pertaining to Black Wall Street. Hold on one second. Let me see what y'all say to it.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Here we go.
Knew that he wasn't going to be having much opportunity in the South. At the tender age of 25, he took part in the Great Oklahoma Land Rush. The Land Rush was an opportunity for citizens to run out to Oklahoma and literally drop a stake in the ground and claim the land they were in.
I know somebody watches like, man, when they gonna do that again?
The Combo, your home for conversations on Black entrepreneurship and wealth.
America had a Black Wall Street, and most people were never taught who built it. O.W. Gurley bought 40 acres of land in Tulsa and said, "This will be ours. No begging, no borrowing, just building." From that soil rose Greenwood, an all-Black community with its own banks, schools, grocery stores, hospitals, and luxury hotels. Black doctors, lawyers, pilots, and entrepreneurs thrived while the rest of the country shut them out. Money circulated 19 times before leaving the neighborhood. Gurley didn't just invest in land, he invested in freedom. But success came with a target. In 1921, white mobs burned it to the ground. Lives were lost, wealth erased, stories buried, but the legacy still burning bright. This wasn't a myth, it was real. And it started with one man who dared to dream beyond survival. O.W. Gurley didn't just create a neighborhood, he built a blueprint. And that blueprint still matters today.
All right.
Yeah, he built a legacy.
So what do you think about what O.W. Gurley did? What's your response, Travel POV? Hello? Everybody there?
Okay, give me one quick second because somebody keeps calling me. Hold on.
Okay, no problem. King, we'll go to you. What's your response to it?
I mean, I feel like you and I already spoke about that.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the type of things that we got to get back to. Or even if that wasn't a part of what was the process of building Black Wall Street, we need to start doing some of those things that were happening when it did happen.
Mm-hmm. But see, the key thing is this. It wasn't just a whole bunch of people talking about go hard or go home. It started with one man who bought.
Yeah.
Spoke about that already.
40 acres, and he built it up. He helped out and put everything together. But that one person, I never knew this story, but one person sparked the community, sparked the thing that led to everything. So if we can find something like that, I think we could start it back. I think we have a better chance than ever to have our own communities, our own things, and start building stuff for us.
Okay, I agree with that. Now let me ask you a question. Where do you think it would be a better opportunity to do that? Do you think it could be done better in CONUS in the United States, or do you think it would be better if we did it abroad?
Hmm.
Create a
Damn, good question,
I
brother.
think it'll be easier to do it abroad. Depends on what country you're talking about. If you're talking about a black country like Africa or something like that, most likely it'll be easier. Khalees is doing her thing.
All right.
Akon is doing his thing. He's trying to get as much brothers over there as he can. But when you talk about other things, I know golly, I can't remember anything. I know some brothers tried to do something in another country, it was a Spanish country, maybe it was Nicaragua, I think I was thinking of, and they took their property.
Oh yeah, it was in
Um
Colombia actually.
that was Colombia?
Yeah, I remember. They bought a whole
Oh.
bunch of acres and they started building it up, and then
Yes.
arrested them.
Yes. Was that was Colombia? I
Yep.
don't remember if it was Colombia.
Yeah,
But
because
yeah.
I think it was
So like
who did a video on that one. It was either BMT or Andre Love Crossing Borders. I remember
oh,
watching.
okay. So like so we have to be careful and we have to read the laws and we have to make sure like we don't exclude the local people because if you exclude the local people, they going against you.
Oh yeah,
Um, yeah,
that would make
I
no
know.
sense.
DR, a whole bunch of mosques popped up. For the I guess the Indian people or something like that, and they're actually kicking them out of their neighborhood.
Wow.
So yeah, so they're like, nah, these popped up overnight. This ain't happening. So you have to be careful what you do when you're dealing with locals. So
All right.
and then plus we saw what Unc Jay did. Unc Jay and Miguel build their own
Shout
hotel
out to
and I
Miguel.
mean yeah, their Airbnb in Colombia. So hopefully people will see that and spend more on that. I plan to do something like that. Just don't know what country I'm gonna do it in.
Right. Okay. So, question to the board: what is more important, political power or economic power?
Oh, of course, economic power. If you're asking me,
Economic power, because you could buy politicians.
exactly. I've never
I mean,
seen
we see it now.
Chinatown get
And those
active in
any
politics,
politics.
but yet they're able to get whatever they want because of their economic power that they have in all of these cities.
Okay.
The Chinese, yeah. Have you ever seen any Chinese out there lobbying? No, you don't.
No.
You see them talking about get the vote? No, you don't see that. But you do see them building these Chinatowns all over the world. Because I can't just say United States anymore because they active here in Panama. You go down to El Dorado, that's Chinatown in Panama. And any corner store bodega, more than likely it's in anywhere in Panama, more than likely it's going to be owned by, as they say, the Chinos. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and
Economic.
they're everywhere, and they have a big influence, and they own a lot of places in a lot of countries. Every country you go, they have a big community.
Yeah, salute to them. And actually, that was another reason why the Orange Man wanted to take back the Panama Canal because they was actually building a lot of their real estate along the coast of the Panama Canal, which was going to
I
give them
heard.
ownership to the Panama Canal. And the Orange Man was like, "Nah, we ain't having that. Y'all ain't about to take
Yeah,
control over the Panama Canal and
but
then
they
try to move us out of
but
here. Now we're gonna take it over again. Go ahead."
but they got a lot of control in Africa. They have a lot of influence in Africa. They have a lot of influence in starting in Jamaica. You starting to see that.
Yep.
You're starting to see their products pop up. They're building their bridges. I don't know what in DR, but other places they slowly start doing things for cheap and they slowly start taking over.
Yep.
So we all have
And
to
we
watch
can,
out for that.
or
So
take
that's
a page
why
out of their book. do the same
Yeah.
thing. I mean, because
Yep.
that's all they do. I mean, you know how many times I get a phone call from Asian people asking me if I want if they want to if I want to sell my property in
Mm.
Georgia. Hey, that's a
Mm.
nice property over there. You want to sell it? And of course, they ain't trying to buy it for top dollar. They trying to buy it
Yeah.
for wholesale. And of
Yep.
course, I'm like, nah, this is a cash cow for me. Beat it, buddy. But we need to just take a lesson and do the same thing. Make phone
Yeah.
calls. Hey, how you doing, Mr. Lee? I like that property over there. You want to sell it?
Yep. So
Yeah.
yeah.
What's the next question?
Hold on.
Yeah, give me one more question because somebody keeps calling. I have to deal with some other stuff when I get off.
Okay, no
Go.
problem.
Uh-huh.
'Cause I actually didn't have
But
an
I had to show
expression.
you some love, man, because I'm showing everybody love, and you the one only consistent person every Monday. I'm not on here, so I need to be on here more.
Let's go. Make the Black clean that every Monday night at 8 o'clock.
Yep.
Let me
Yeah, as I
stop
said, I'm
talking.
just trying to put out some good content that people can
Yeah,
respect.
you doing your thing.
Especially what happened with last night, because I was on, as you could see, I was on vacation time with Ryan, and shout out to Uncle Rico. I understand, he's trying to, stir up the pot a little bit to be able to get people to want to come view, but a lot of times you don't want that negativity. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it kind of caused. It caused that negativity.
Ronan's in the back, but yeah. The only thing with Rico thinks one way, meaning like we need to be like him. We need to like do things the way he does, but he promotes the negativity stuff. He promotes all that other stuff. A lot of times he don't have no respect. Me and him got into it yesterday over respect. I told him if I'm gonna show up and I show up with my guests, bring that bitch by. And then it got very disrespectful. So like to me, it's like a respect level. And the thing is, I don't know what he's trying to do, but to me, if you're overseas and you're doing your thing and you're happy, we got it's love for everyone. You know what I'm saying? Now, the girl, you might be paying, we don't know the circumstances of what people got going on, but you don't have to sit there and tell people, hey, she's this and that. You need to stop. No. So I don't agree with those things.
Nah, I mean, I could see because I
Now, I
watched
see
him.
the other part of exporting, take advantage of these people, take advantage of girls and stuff like that, and throwing them on camera doing some wild things. That I understand. That's not right. But if a brother is happy, man, let him be happy.
But as you said, he seems to be like using Anton Daniel persona when he's doing everything because it just comes off a whole lot trollish more than you trying to build.
Well,
and
he
that's
won't.
That's
like,
what creates the controversy.
If you notice, he only came on Ryan when he only looked at Ryan when Ryan had some controversy. He only looked at other people when they have controversies. He'll never look at my channel because I don't do any of that stuff. So he only looks in that. I learned creek camming from him. Yeah. Meaning, like, I didn't know. He kept talking about creek camming. I'm like, what the heck is this? And then I looked it up. I'm like, oh, okay. So it's just like you hang in these areas that are probably not. Instead of downgrading those brothers, promote the ones who are doing good.
Thank you.
And talk about them. Yeah, so
exactly.
That's my only gripe with him. Stop complaining about us, because all he's complaining about. Who's he complaining about? Black people. That's all he's complaining about. Everything we do. So, and it's just like, stop hating on the other people. Roland showed me a way I can make money. You need to talk about how he's helping you. The other Ronan, with the AI stuff and all this other stuff.
Yeah,
you know how to
exactly.
like, because of Ronan, I have a business now. You know what I'm saying? My YouTube is a business. He taught me, you know, you need to make a business, and now when I travel, I have a travel business, which is my YouTube channel. So,
Facts.
and now I have, you know, so now I have a business, and it helped me on my taxes. So,
Facts. Well,
yeah,
salute
but
to you. Go ahead.
but we don't promote that. You know what I'm saying? We don't promote that, and that's the problem. We don't promote that. So we promote, oh, stop going over there exploiting these girls. Yeah, nothing but these girls on here. And it's just like, okay, what about the other guys? What look at Ryan. Look what Ryan's doing. Ryan had a mistake, but he's doing stuff that are right. So, and he's getting his health, but he don't promote that stuff. So that was the only thing. What's up, Ronan?
Yo. You know me,
Hey.
I'm in the background doing stuff, so y'all
No
continue.
worries, no worries.
I'm pulling up infographics. I'm trying to help you guys out now. Because you know,
Okay, great.
I like to talk, but at the same time, I like to give you visual facts and base it off of real history.
I know you do.
And not just coming off the dome.
I'm gonna handle a phone call. I might still be up, or I might. I'll let y'all know, but I'll be
All
right
right,
back.
appreciate it.
But if you pull up that first infographics, I did a hypothetical, you guys, and I did this weeks ago, and it went on the subject: if there was no interference from redlining to everything you were just talking about with Tunitas Campbell and all these other things, where would the Black American people be right now? And it goes hand in hand with what you're talking about. So as you can see, the benchmarks don't change until you get to what? The stack shift. The stack shift is that third column over there on the right. Okay. Our population ain't going to change. We're still going to grow on a steady clip. Our income rank changed, right? Went from fourth to second to third. Our wealth rank changed from fourth to second to third. Overall ownership base went from lower because of redlining and everything they did in order to break up communities like Black Wall Street, Greenville, and the town that Tunitas Campbell built. It would be a lot stronger because those things wouldn't have been broken down. And obviously we learned from other people's wins. So that would have been passed on. You know, right. The interracial trader thing, it would be a lot deeper. And then our local businesses, we would be able to keep our dollars in our community a hell of a lot longer because those communities and those businesses thrive from one town to another, to one state to another. We'd have a lot more stronger political power. There's a lot of things to come, like you guys said, with ownership. Because what? The politicians are paid for by contributions. Mm-hmm. We have deeper wealth pockets. We have more ways of controlling the laws for our benefit that help us. I mean, there's a video that came out back in the 40s, or I think it was even in the 30s. How to sell to the Black community. Literally.
I remember that.
Old black and white. It was commissioned by the Department of Economics. And it broke down what Black people were interested in, how they like to buy brand names in order to prove themselves. They don't like being sold. They like being, catered to, and all these different tactics in order to get, back then, trillions of dollars of spending or billions of dollars of spending. And it still goes on to this day. We're one of the highest communities in spending, but we don't have a lot when it comes to our own ownership. And they know it.
And that is the key, like you said, Ronan, ownership. Just like we said, ownership. Ownership. That's the starting process.
So,
unity.
Hold on.
Unity. In the process of ownership.
Yeah, but see, I'm working on some things right now. There's some blueprints back here, and how we lost that unity, and whether we can rebuild the playbook, especially now. A lot of egos going on, a lot of things going on. That HBIC type of thing. I'm the head nigga in charge type of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Going on. That crab in the barrel mentality kind of shit. where other cultures come over here and they don't have that.
Well, why is that? It's because
clearly
community survival. They already understand what community
They're coming over here with
survival
a
is.
mission. We've been here. We've been able to do that. We've proven we could do it right after the war, you said, with Tunitis.
Exactly.
But they saw that, identified it, and started trying to do what to us specifically, where they don't do it to the immigrants coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, they bring the immigrants in to compete against who? Us.
Us, yeah.
And we still can't see that shit.
It's not even funny,
right
but
in your face, right? It's right in your face, and you don't see it.
It's dead in our face. It's crazy, man.
And actually, now would be a great time because they're saying with the advent of AI coming in, it's now has leveled the playing field because nobody knows anything about AI, and AI is about to take over.
Right. I'm
So
58.
the first
I'm over
people to
here
be-
learning every which way of using Claude code, automation, all this shit. I'm 58. I can see the writing on the wall. I don't know why you young guys don't see it. This is the way, and this is the quickest way, and they say it all over the place. More millionaires are going to be making in the next 5 to 10 years if you can get your arms wrapped around AI than any other type of business.
That's facts. Because I remember in 1999 when the internet just became made to the masses, and everybody who transferred from whatever career that they was and went into IT, all of them is doing well, very well right now.
Well, I came from the IT field.
Mm-hmm.
Right after I got in the Marine Corps, I was in the Marine Corps. I was fixing computers, from fixing teletypes. I jumped over to computers. So right after that, I got out and I started working at CompUSA. Went all the way through that into government sales and executive sales. Went through that company to Icon, started selling network infrastructures, and this is way before the shit even took off. iPhone was owned by freaking Cisco Systems, not Apple. Apple brought that fucking name from Cisco Systems. iPhone stood for IP phone. That's when they first started doing network infrastructure where you can do a 4-digit code and call through the backbone of the telephone system and your router to any location globally that you had a location in, and you had that same system set up. You can do a 4-digit code and call Russia if you wanted to. Wow. I've seen this whole thing change. I watched it. I witnessed it. And the writing is on the wall, and you guys can be oblivious to it or you can fucking welcome it. And even when I say AI, you can either learn the technology of AI and learn how to do the programming, or you learn how to fix the systems that support AI. Get into like I was talking about with Cisco System, network infrastructure, setting up servers and building up ways of storage banks for server systems and all those things. There's so many ancillary little things to keep AI running. They have to run redundant systems because servers might break down, power grids might go down. They have another system offsite they're called redundant systems. That might be in a whole nother state. If one system goes down, it reverts over with the power to the next system, so you have no interruption in service. How do I know all this shit? At 58, I watched them build it. I helped them structure that shit. What in the military do you do? 1 is none, 2 is 1. You always have redundancies built into systems. Who do you think taught the civilian world to do that shit?
Yeah, and that's what you see when you start coming overseas is that the infrastructure that the military has brought all over the world.
STEM is the fastest growing business out there, STEMs. If we all structured ourselves to get into STEMs, China became very instrumental in manufacturing because back in the 60s, they started training all their people in manufacturing and the systems it takes to manufacture products. With them investing in their own people and their own society, pushing them towards that, what are they now? A global leader in manufacturing. What have they done? They fixed their economy to a point where now they're competing with, before there were a whole bunch of dirt farmers in fucking China. Can we do the same thing? Yeah, that we all get on code. Yep. Now, did they do enough to destroy our ability to get on code and pit us against each other to where we can't repair it? We're borderline right there.
Yeah, that's gotta stop though.
Question. You got the card?
At the moment, we done went through the card. We can spend the block wherever you feel like you want to spend the block, cuz of.
Oh yeah, you can ask Ronan the topic of controversial economics. So what do you think would be the number one problem that we need to work on, Ronan, in order
Hold
to
on, I got a whole slide sheet I'm working on right now, and I'm gonna go through it all.
Okay.
But I know you had some initial questions before you asked me that question.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We are like
Go
2
ahead.
hours in. Maybe
Yeah.
we gotta slow down a little bit sometimes because we done already went through our whole chart tonight, but you know, we still spend a block and we still whatever.
No, that's why I come with receipts. I'm gonna draw this shit out. We're gonna talk about it because this is what I love talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I love encouraging people and black people, especially, and developing and becoming independent. Even when I was in sales, I was one of the first people that you would ever see in a company that was under my own independent contract. You ain't gonna fucking hire me and use my knowledge, use my fucking blood, sweat, and tears to live off of it and give me fucking pittance. And then when you get tired, you want to change the rules or you push me out. I don't do that. Never
Yeah.
done that.
Embrace the Jews tonight on
Mhm.
Real Talk with Nate, the Black Cleaner, because this
And then
Jews gotta embrace it.
I took the best of what I learned from companies, and I used to roll over companies every 3 to 4 years. If they didn't grow, I grew out of them. And I didn't give a fuck about burning a bridge. They knew what I knew.
Mm-hmm.
People always came looking for me. My competition came looking for me. You know, I was the one being recruited as a black man, not the other way around, having to go beg for a fucking job.
Salute to the comments, Chalupe.
Y'all
He
make sure y'all
says-
hit that like button. Like
Yeah,
and
hit the like
subscribe,
button,
man.
like and
'Cause
subscribe,
Roland was
please.
cooking right there.
He was.
I guess he was asking about do we have a spending problem or a ownership problem? So Chalupe was answering that question. He said we get it and we spend it, we don't save. So let me ask that same question to you.
And we're flashy with it too. So a lot of times I'm seeing like Rick Ross. When the other day when he was on a plane, a commercial jet, commercial plane, I don't care that he's on a commercial plane. To me it looks like you're saving money and you're being rich. But then when you have to cap and say, oh, my jet was getting Starlink 100 this and yeah, I hate that mentality, man. I like the fact that you could save money and show that you're not all about being flashy. You all about your business and all the stuff he does. So that's just my thinking of things. You don't have to be flashy with it. We always spend our money and always giving it away. But if we kept our money and put it in the right places, we could have a lot of power.
So, but is doing it big without showing it, is that being flashy? Or do you just feel like the whole showing it part is the flashy part?
It's flashy as fuck. What you mean?
Yeah.
Put it out there, right. I totally agree with that. Travel POV, like, you could do it, but why you gotta put it out there?
I mean, to me, it's like, the thing is, show people the right way. You know what I'm saying? Like, people see you just throwing money and doing this and that, and all other stuff. But the thing he fails to tell you is like he got animal on his property, because it helps him with his taxes. He bought the property where it is because it's it's like a business and all the stuff he's going on. He has the right idea. He owns a whole bunch of
Wing stops.
Wing stops. Yeah, right. He owns a lot of wing stops. He owns a lot of checkers and stuff like that. Like, promote that part of it. Don't just sit there saying I'm throwing money. Oh, Drake ain't all this. I got more money. Like, I don't want to hear that. That's the part I don't want to hear. Not from us.
Yeah, tell us how you did it, but that's the whole thing. Everybody wants to keep it a secret because it's that grabbing a barrel mentality. Hey, I got out. You go figure out a way to get out. I ain't gonna share shit with you.
Right.
Exactly.
That's gatekeeping. But I don't like how, like, in this day and age, like in the industry, like even in the music industry, you got these rappers popping up on the scene and they got all this glitz and this glamour and all this jewelry and these cars and the big house, but we don't know nothing about your story. We don't even know your struggle to even decide if we even believe who the fuck you are or who you're trying to present yourself as. I want to know the struggle. I want to know the story.
Right.
So I just find that kind of weird. Like you just hop on the scene and all of a sudden you're it without even telling your story.
Because we all went through something.
Right.
But see, that's the whole thing. A lot of people want to self-identify with the person before they believe them. And then you got a lot of guys that have been through some shit, really don't know some shit, but they got great mouthpieces. And they'll talk you into doing some shit for them that they benefit from, but you never do.
Yeah.
Get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, pole mentality all day long. They'll throw it on you too.
Oh yeah.
But I loaded the slides. If you want to load up the slide deck, I can go through some of this stuff and kind of bring everybody home.
All right.
But, y'all do your thing. I'll be in the chat.
You going to travel now, man? Keep your ass up here. You just go do your thing and wouldn't.
Hey man, you know I go to bed at 10. Rhoda, we only spend like 15 minutes on the pedal. I go to bed.
My lady put me on a bedtime, bro. Both of us in the bed by 8:39. 10 o'clock, the lights are out, doing whatever we doing. You get what I'm saying?
And I stayed up last night with the riot thing, man. I'm tired.
Oh man, yeah, that one was crazy.
Yeah, so and
salute
I
to
know
Two
Carl's
Tone.
gonna come up on here too. So
Who's coming
he's
on?
in the chat.
Carl B.
KB
Yeah.
textbook. Oh Lord, we about to have a debate.
Nah. We shouldn't have a debate.
All right,
Debate.
y'all do your thing, but I'll be in the chat for a little bit.
All right, hold on.
All right.
Let me get Kate textbook up in here. Salute the textbook. But yeah, I put the slide up there.
Yeah. Take down that comment real quick so everybody can see the whole slide.
Hold
I
on.
want your emotional content. I base it off of this June 19th, right around the corner, right? So we're talking about Juneteenth. The last part of the slaves that were liberated out of Galveston, Texas. They didn't know that the war had been over.
Yeah, exactly. Ain't that like some? Ain't that like some white supremacists?
Yeah, absolutely. Them dumb niggas don't need to know shit. Shut the hell up around this area. I'm sure if a white person came in, was even talking about that shit, they shoot his ass right up out the town. No, you need to keep moving. This is sundown town as far as we're concerned.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, I'm trying to. Okay, we ain't on here yet. Okay, let me get to the comment.
Well, it says Carl. It's got his government name in the chat, but I don't think he came up on the back.
He's not in the back.
Salute Bobby Coltrane, Imam Perry. A lot of guys are piling in here. Hey man, we're going over some important information about our history. It's Juneteenth month, so get into the conversation. I'll drop the link in our chat in a little while, but I wanted to cook here for a while with my brothers Nate and Cool King, aka the Black Cleaner.
Yeah. Who's that right there?
Salute to Ethan Perry, saying good evening, brothers. The slide is available now, right?
Yeah, it's available. It's just the if you could take that one comment down, that way they can see the whole slide. The comment, just hit it once where it says hide it or unselect.
Yeah, hold on. I thought is it?
There it is. There it is, right there. All right. Yeah. See, there's some important emotional content at the bottom of that. So basically, the lost blueprint. What helped us back in the day was it was built out of necessity. We knew we need to get it done. We need to get it out the mud. We've been getting it out the mud the whole time we were fucking slaves. So, things are always born out of necessity. And that's the biggest thing with this slide right here. We were people that knew how to bring things to light that needed to be done. Even if you look at our inventions with the cotton gin, the cell phone, these are all conveniences out of necessity that we wanted. Yeah, think about that. Think about how we build things and how we patent things. We build things to make what? Our lives easier.
Life a whole lot easier.
And our
Yep.
people are famous for that. Here's your boy Tunitas Campbell. I needed to bring him into it, structuring the architecture of a black self-government. You know, and nobody could touch that for a while. And that angered white people. Why? Not more than a couple years after what slavery was abolished, here you got a whole slave and an intelligent community that was able to establish something and stand 10 toes down by themselves. They didn't need no white people to help them do shit. Excuse my friend.
And actually, they actually took, once they jailed him, they took all of his documents and used it.
And used them because it was the archetype of what a city should be. Yep. This is what I'm trying to. We have done this repeatedly over history. Think about it. The Moors going throughout Europe and teaching them how to educate themselves, take baths, and all these different things that they brought to those cultures. Then all of a sudden the Moors disappear, and all of a sudden they're the originators of all this technology and smarts and citizenship and how to set up aqueducts and all these things, right? Get out.
Fuck out of here. Y'all invented stealing.
Right. Stealing is their history. Stealing is their history. The French, nasty ass people. Why do you think perfume is perfume? The French were nasty ass individual people. They didn't know how to, they was shit right there on the streets. That's why they had those big ass dresses on, because they literally was shit and piss right there where they stood.
All right, I don't want to disrespect any race.
I'm just saying, these are the type of people that are sitting there trying to say they're superior to us.
Yeah.
Right.
Ain't no way in hell I would believe that story. Knowing the true history, not what they're trying to teach me. You get what I mean? History. We talk about this all the time on different panels. You know, this is the other thing. Black Wall Street was one. There's so many other. Greenwood, you know, Kansas, North Carolina. We had cities all over the country right after the war, that were successful. Madam C.J. Walker utilized and took advantage of people wanting to have their hair straightened, especially black women. She went into the beauty industry. Billions of dollars, huge mansion, thousands of people working for her. We are
right next to Rockefeller
on identifying issues and drilling down to a solution. That's what we come from. That's our people. We don't work harder. We work smarter given the opportunity to.
So do you feel like because our history, our true history is not put in books, right? It's not put in books and not read about. Is that creating a place of lacking for us?
Yes,
because we always got to pride. You can't have pride in something you don't know about. Yep. You can't stick your chest out and beat your chest about shit you don't know about to say, nah, we ain't gonna let this happen again to us. So you quietly dismiss that shit so that you can't have an uprising. Why the hell do you think they even had a slave Bible back in the day? They had a slave Bible to pull out all the uprisings that was in the Bible to subdue the servants into believing in God, but yet and still not believing that God will allow you to rise up against the people that are oppressing you.
Right.
No, they left in the parts that allow God to take revenge for you. While white people are doing all kind of fucking unmentionable shit to us.
And that's the mind fuck.
They brainwashed everybody into believing this shit. To this day, they use religion as a way of saying, God you're not going to go to heaven for this shit. Do they care? Why don't you think they care?
Because their heaven is right here on this earth. Like I'm experiencing heaven now.
Damn, that's hard as fuck. Because what God do white people pray to?
The same God that black folks pray to.
And so then you have to start looking at what religion actually builds within the community. Does it enslave a community or does it free it? Does it hold it to rules and parameters, or does it allow you to be a free thinker? And even if you're a free thinker and you read the Bible says go and look and justify things for yourself. Don't believe the man talking. Go and dig. You ever read the book of Enoch? You start reading all these other books, and all of a sudden you're like, what the fuck? This ain't necessarily all true.
Mm-hmm.
The Ethiopian Bible is the most original Bible. They took that, and through the canon tales, they built the Catholic King James Bible to cater toward a narrative to control what? Society. So then the Crusades go out and beat you about the head and body with your old religion that used to be in Ethiopia. Now they're calling it Christianity, and they beating you over the head and body with and say, if you don't fall in line, we'll just kill you all. Look at history, man. I love history because history tells the truth. All you have to do is seek it.
Yep. Facts.
But here's the next slide. And like I said, I'm just telling the story here with this. I'm not going to go into detail.
Okay.
Why the model worked back then? Land ownership. You guys touched on that. If you own land, then you can start controlling the school boards and everything else. Look at the Somalis in Minnesota. Look at the Ashkenazi Jews in Jackson, New Jersey. How they control their community. They started owning the land. They started investing in the schools, the local businesses. They started controlling the politicians, the school boards, the mayor, and so on.
Let's go, people. Let's go.
The map and the program has been outlined. We keep ignoring it to try to reinvent a wheel that's already been proven to work. And I don't get why. I think it's a distraction. I think there's psyops going on in our community. You know, that's what broke us up in the first way, deal with J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI.
Exactly.
There's all kind of psyops going on. Here it is. This is the rebuild the playbook. Is this ever going to happen? Are we ever going to be supported, trustworthy local businesses out there?
Rebuild the playbook.
The whole part of this is trust and building unity again. You know, and none of this is going to work if you can't do that. And when you got strong black independent women competing against their black males within no other community do they do that as harshly as in our own community. Until we can break that cyclical cycle, that none of this will work because all the other shit was out of built-in necessity. When you got a whole group within a group saying that they don't need anybody, they're so self-reliant on themselves or they're so self-reliant on the system we built to help them be self-sufficient.
Damn, preach, Ronan.
You get me? How's that going to work until both come together and say, you know what? Damn all what society taught us. We need to rethink what we've been doing.
So we got to start where we even got to go back to getting a black man back in the household.
Yeah, but see, that's going to create discomfort. And I talked about that on last week's live.
Hey, the link is in the chat. If anybody wants to come up
that was hypothetical. That was like fucking, you know, wishing on a star.
But if anybody wants to argue these points, hey, you're more than welcome. This is all a perspective. I ain't saying I'm 100% right, but I'm right down in the fucking ballpark. I can guarantee you that.
Elaborate. What did you mean? That was just wishing on a star. What do you mean?
Because, you know, would that ever be a realistic thing? Even how this new generation, how they even deal with relationships. These kids are super weird these days.
Agreed. I definitely agree on that. But the point that I was trying to make was the reason that, and Ronan touched on it. He said a lot of people feel that they're self-sufficient because there's a system that undergirds them that makes them comfortable. And it's really, they're not self-sufficient. It's that they have a system that makes them comfortable. Like the dog around, you know, who has the collar around his neck. He's not free. He's just fed. We're just some, you know, spoon-fed Negroes.
Ronan is speaking about
system.
Was he not? Was he speaking about females in that?
Yeah,
I was talking about unity, but in order to rebuild that unity, you have to have both parts that want to come together.
Yeah, but
And
Right.
they're
right
gonna
now,
have to.
that one part that is so bent on being so independent from the other, they're not willing to open up their minds and get back on code to where we work together again.
All right. So
Because it's going to
what
create
I was
discomfort.
saying, and I'm gonna land when I fin. We need to even get back to black families. Period. Black families. Period. You don't have to start with the dad, but our family economics these days are way messed up.
Hey Donald, you can hit that link, brother, because I don't like simps in the fucking room, bro. I swear to God. Get up here and justify what black women are doing. Don't sit there and talk from the chat. Get up here and say it with your chest.
Oh, I already said it.
No, he's
No,
talking
I'm
about
talking to
somebody in the
Donald.
comments.
They're
Donald
keeping
said
black.
they're why do
keeping
black
black
men
out of the
put
household
down
these
instead
days.
of elevate black women? We truth to know perspective with we need facts and truth. Okay, I just gave you a whole bunch of facts. Show me yours.
I was trying to answer a question. Wow, I feel like
Go
I'm
ahead.
being attacked.
Sorry, not you,
No,
cool.
it wasn't
I'm
you. It
not
was the
talking to
comments.
I'm talking to Donald.
Oh, that's the
Yeah,
comments. Okay, my bad. My
yeah,
bad.
that's in the comments. I'm jumping ahead of your reading.
All right, let's go. Because I can't see the comments.
Right. Call B, I'm in the lobby. Oh, call B's in the back now.
All right.
Sorry about that, bro.
Here we go. Textbook. Shout out to you. I'm coming to get
And
you.
that was the last slide. But basically, this is the outline. And that's the only way. But it also leads back to what? Land ownership.
True.
And enterprising. Starting black businesses that are supported by black people, keeping our dollars in our community longer, and ownership. Then you can start sponsoring the local government, the city board, the school boards, and so on, and you can start having an effect on what your kids are being taught. And I'm telling you right now, all of us should be in STEMs: science, technology, electronics, math. What? Go ahead. Well, what's up, guys? I don't typically drop into lives, No. on weekdays. Not really. I'm usually studying. Oh, okay. But I saw the link and I'm like, oh yeah.
Oh,
I think this is a
yeah,
really
now.
good topic.
You lit that fire under your ass tonight, huh?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it's a good topic, and I don't really get an opportunity. I feel like people nowadays, they're so unserious. We don't ever get real opportunities to talk about like topics of substance. So yeah, I had to drop in.
Mm.
All right. So give us your point of view from what you heard so far. I would say it's a lot more radical. Me and you, Ronan, we usually clash on this a lot. I don't think it's necessarily people starting black businesses that it's going to get the community out of it. I think black people need specific programs from the government to actually get these things off the ground and to make it work. I don't think there is such a situation where you can do all this without government, because other groups of people didn't get here without government either. Right. But you know what, Carl? I agree with you. And you know why I agree with you? Because the Somalis have done it, the Ashkenazis have done it, and so many other communities, immigrant communities have come in, leveraged the different programs, grants, small business loans, all these other things in order to establish themselves in their community. And because we're so entitled as a people, I'm talking Black Americans altogether, we ignore some of those plans and policies that are sitting there right in our face, and we don't use them. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that black folks are entitled, like the Hispanics here, for example, down here in South Florida. I think it's a Hispanic that owns our Aventura Mall. But when the Cubans first got here, they got allotted something like $5 to $10 billion, and they were even given free rent and a bunch of programs. We had black people in South Florida who were living in poverty, who did not get those programs because the U.S. government was just trying to make a point about communism. Nowadays, if you really want to get into some of these programs, it's either really, really difficult to get in, or you're going to need at least $500,000 if you're looking to open up like a restaurant or open up some kind of like community center. Like, you need some serious money. Didn't used to be that way, but we're in like a new age. Like to give you guys an example, like those there was a property that we were looking to buy down here in South Florida in like a pretty cheap area, right? And the property itself, and this is just like a rinky-dink little restaurant. You walk in and it looks like, you know, one of those 1970s, 1980s style dive bars. Smells like shit a little bit, and it's on a strip, and it's got basically a 3 or 4 lane, you know, street running through it. That property is like $1.2 million. So if we want to get into that or sink any kind of capital into that, we're talking $500,000 at least that you need just so that you can get it off the ground. So like when you look at the Somalis, for example, you know, or Haitians, or maybe not Haitians. Haitians are a little bit poor, but like if you look at the Ethiopians, the Asians, a lot of those people are coming to America with advanced educations and like a ton of money already. Like my auntie came here. She's a JD. Before she can even qualify for any of her stuff to get here, she needed to demonstrate. She had to have a peer-reviewed paper that she had the immigration board look at, and then she also needed to have a certain amount of money. She needed to travel and leave this country and enter and exit at least, I think, 2 or 3 times while following the law. And then she also needed to like show her degree and her JD and whatnot just to come in. So you're not dealing with like average people coming out of Haiti or average people. You're really dealing with some of the most exceptional that that country has to offer, typically.
Okay, we're gonna spin the block real quick. So, why does the success of Black institutions face resistance?
This is gonna sound crazy and a little radical to people, but I think America is a fundamentally racist country.
Oh shit, that was hard.
You're absolutely
100%
correct.
No, but bro,
It's
if you're
a
gonna finish it like that,
fundamentally
bro,
racist country.
if you're gonna say it like that, you gotta finish it against Black people.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Black people who came from or who come from the United States, whose lineage is from the US. I mean, I think when I say this, a lot of people think that I'm being crazy when I say it. But when you look at the US Constitution in America, codified into law before 1865 after the Civil War, you know, you had the 3/5 compromise. So that meant that for every 5 slaves that you owned in the South, it gave you 3 votes in the House of Representatives. So the slaves, you have all these rules that people are, you know, all people are endowed by their creators by certain unalienable rights, but then you have a whole class of people who can't vote, who are slaves, and then you're counting them as 3/5 of a person so that you can get votes in the House of Representatives, so that you can affect policy on the federal level. So of course it's fundamentally racist. If there wasn't a civil war in this country, we could have been in the 20th century and that would still be on the books. No jokes.
Oh, you got the hand clap tonight, bro.
Finally agree.
Totally agree with you, bro. Good analogy, well spoken.
So what do we do about it? Because everybody's now talking about this race war and all of this stuff going on. Do y'all think that it's going to lead to that?
Lead to what? Another civil war? Lead to what?
Yeah, blood in, blood out. They say, and that's what they, you know, somebody said that's what the American flag represents. The American flag, the red is at the top and the red is at the bottom, meaning blood in, blood out. If you're trying to change America,
you have time on their hands to look at that shit like that.
A race war against who? Who against who? Where do we?
They saying What
Do we really want to
all they saying is what Ric Flair always said in his spew. If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. We done took it. So all right, you want it? Come get it. Because we ain't just gonna give it to you. Blood in, blood out.
Those days are going over. There ain't nobody just running up on our shit and just taking it like that no more.
Exactly.
So that'll never happen. And just let me answer this question real quick from my troll JM. Why do you still want to work, Ronan? You can just stop working and enjoy life like Sean from O2O, like my boy. Okay. I mean, OTO still works, but right, and exactly my point. I'm sitting here I'm sitting here right now in semi-retirement mode, and the reason I will always say I'm semi-retired is because I'm always looking at angles of making money. Why at retirement age would I pass up a comfortable way of making money? That makes no sense to me. That I'm just going to pass up money just to have a life. Why can't I have a life and not be under pressure to make money, but make money while I'm having fun?
While you're retired or not.
I'm not being pushed to clock in, clock out a 9-to-5 job. I don't work like that. I haven't worked like that in years. I've always controlled my schedule. Even when I showed insurance and I had financial people that I had to advise, I scheduled them. Hey, is this time or that time better? And I'd look at my schedule for whatever else I was going to do that day. I close 1 to 5 deals a week, and I'm good. You're talking anywhere from $20,000 to $50,000 a fucking deal. Why do I need to work hard? I learned how to work smarter. So even if I wanted to get back in that business, my clientele would still be very casual conversations, but net me a great amount of money for the time I invest. That's not working. I haven't worked like that since 2011, where I was clocking in for somebody else. I've been independent that long. So you can say I'm goated because I've always been independent. You live longer when you have something to do too. Yeah.
Yep.
Right, when you wake up with purpose every day and something to look forward to at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Japanese had a proverb when they was talking about the samurai. They said, when you stop running, you die. That's why a lot of the samurai culture, they ran a lot.
Well, it's not even that. It's just and that culture, because my name is Ronin. I obviously studied the history of what a Ronin was, and it was a samurai warrior, believes in a Bushido code. But at the end of the day, it's also a thing called Ikigai.
Yep.
Ikigai is a way of life. You become perfect in one thing, and you just specialize in just doing one thing, and that's your whole purpose. And they were fine with that. What we try to do is do all this all the time, keep ourselves busy, and that's by design. They want you distracted to where you can't focus on one thing at a time. I don't subscribe to that. Never have. Go ahead.
Chalupe in the comics says factual ownership is a jet is better unless you are consistently using it. I have X that pilots private jets. Okay. Shout out to that's you, Carl B. I love this topic. Carl B. Cooperative Economics has a lot of problems. Okay. What do you mean by that, Kate? Textbook?
What I mean, okay, how about this, right? You know, you guys remember, I like to give this example, like you guys remember Big Baller Brand?
I think so.
Like, you know, LeVar Ball. Is that the Ball brothers? Yeah, like they're in the NBA, LaMelo. Yeah, they had the tennis shoes. Yeah, the three brothers that the father. And then, you know, so he was selling this shoe for $1,200. And, you know, $1,200. I swear to God, I'm not kidding. You know, because you could buy at the time you could buy the Currys for like two to 300, and then he was trying to sell the shoe for 1,200, and you know, the shoes were shit. So he gave his shoes to his kid, and he was running in them, and the shoes kept tearing. You know, and eventually every game he would just take off the shoes, and I know the middle one, I forgot his name, but he would take off the
Carmelo,
shoes, and he would put and then he would just put on some Kobe's, and then and then the youngest one, he signed with Fila, and he's wearing their shoes now. You know.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about LeVar Ball? That's who.
No, it's not. It's not. Yeah, it's not necessarily.
Well,
about
he was the
him.
original person trying to run it. That was his. He was the father of the three sons. Yeah.
Yeah, like the issue wasn't with LeVar Ball himself. The issue is, you know, when you buy a shoe from Adidas, the white man or the German man, whatever you want to call it, and you don't like the shoe, you just call Adidas and you say, hey, this is the problem with my shoe. You send it back and they send you another pair, or they refund you your money. But this shoe, it's $1,200, and if you want to call somebody because the shoe ripped in two, nobody you can call.
Wow, that's crazy. See, I didn't even know about that, because even with Timberland,
he said it on the podcast.
Same thing. There is a warranty with Timberland that if you have any problems with your Timbs, you can call them and they'll replace them.
Yeah,
no problem.
But the nerve of
Even
this
if they
is-
wear out, they'll replace them.
Listen, the audacity behind all this is he didn't have a son that was a Michael Jordan. He wasn't a Michael Jordan himself. But yet and still he had the nerve enough to offer a shoe brand with the prestige as if they were all Michael Jordans that he raised.
I mean, I commend him looking at it now. Okay, so the eldest one's a fuck up, but like, you know.
Alonzo or the other one? The one that got caught in Korea or wherever for
No, So he got a full ride to UCLA, went overseas, got caught stealing some glasses, which was crazy because he was rich. So I don't know why he was stealing. So he got caught. And at the time, Trump. It was back in 2018. Trump actually got him out of jail in China and back to the U.S. So, but like the two sons, they're doing really well. They're millionaires. The youngest is doing really well in the NBA right now. So, I mean, he's got some accomplishments. Two sons in the NBA. But the point that I wanted to make was that, you know, yeah, he started the brand, but he didn't have any of the tools that he needed. He didn't have the capital. He didn't have the institutional support. He didn't have the know-how. He didn't have the manufacturing. He didn't have the customer service. He didn't have, you know, the shoe technology, you know, where he can go to get it manufactured. He didn't have any of those things, right? And that's the problem with cooperatives, or that's the problem or obstacles to, I would say, black business, because it's like, you know, things are so competitive now. You just want to make a piece of clothes, and you can't just make the clothes and sell it. You need some way to get the clothes from the factory delivered. Like Jay-Z bought 3 of these shoes for $3,600, and after 3 months, I don't think he even got them. He said he didn't get them.
Let me put it this way, and this is I hate to say it like this. This is one of the problems in our community. We try to do half-ass work and get paid full cart for the little bit of work we do. Okay. If you already know there are brands out there, this is where I talk about not reinventing the wheel. If you already know there are brands out there, if you already know that most of those brands are made out of fucking China, it says made in China, why before you started to make a shoe brand would you not go over to these same manufacturing plants and say, hey, I have a shoe design I need you to produce?
That's exactly what they did.
But they must have went to the cheapest one, because obviously Nikes don't fall apart. Adidas don't fall apart on the first wear. So they did something to cut a fucking corner somewhere.
I see what you mean, but it's the margins, Ronan. It's not that they
The
necessarily...
margin is ungodly. You're talking about $1,200 a pair of shoes, and he ain't even...
Hold on. Like Nike, they can sell millions of Jordan 8s or millions of Jordan 6s, right?
Right.
And after they sell millions, their margin might be 8%, 6%. Like after everything is all said and done. If you're gonna sell a shoe and you think you're only gonna sell 500 or 1,000, you have to put that price up there because that's just what you have to do just to break even or be like.
Okay, man, I'm gonna tell you something about business.
You know what I'm saying?
But yeah,
I had to explain this. I had to explain this to. I had to explain this. Go ahead.
When you starting out, and if you're not a big name, you can't just go and have mass production and think everything's gonna sell. You gotta start creating the product as the money comes in and the orders come in. And you gotta base the business off of that. So like going to spend this much money and having all this product is like diving in way too soon.
Yeah, he used to have pop-up stores and everything else in order to try to sell his brand. And that was the thing. He would motivate people from coming through pop-up stores.
Let's go to the comments. We got family in the comments tonight. Black Cleaner, where you at? Or Ronan, where you at? Donald Tavares in the comments. That's family in the comments tonight. That's actually my birth dad, my biological father in the comments tonight. Shouts to my dad, Donald Tavares. I love you, Dad. Thank you for tuning in.
Okay, what is he saying?
Go to the comments.
I can't. You can't. I thought you said
I didn't
it.
know that was him. I apologize.
Can you see it, Ronan? I mean, I thought I.
Well, this is one of the comments I was commenting to when he was talking about black women.
Okay.
So I apologize for that. But well, my dad's name was Donald Tavares in the chat tonight. Thanks, Dad, for being in the chat once again.
He said a famous quite, but Harriet, I could have fed or freed more if they were just knew they were enslaved. That's very true. You got an enslaved mindset too. It goes along with everything. There's a lot of people, and that's why I said that Bible was wicked. Look it up. I want somebody to Google right now the slave Bible. Look it up. Look at how they structured that Bible. They kept you enslaved just by believing that God will take care of all of the things you need to do. All you need to do is get on your hands and knees and pray and let God deal with them. That's why we stayed enslaved so long. We waiting on God to answer our prayers because we were such strong faith believers.
Damn, man. I like religion, but I feel like religion is just like a mind fuck and a separation plan.
It can be, if you allow it.
And that's what it is being allowed, because this religion creates separation.
Of course. I mean, there's a lot of doctrine that creates separation. So it's pretty much, as I say, anything in its raw form can work. It's what happens when you have the people that's on top who have ill intent controlling it. For example, I mean, capitalism, it works. But when you have other people that want to adulterate it and, make only a certain class of people win, then guess what? Capitalism doesn't work. Same thing with these religions. Okay, Christianity works, like what he was just talking about with the Ethiopia Bible. Okay, the truest and the rawest form of Christianity works, but then when you have somebody who comes and adulterates it and gives you a slave Bible, now Christianity ain't working. So it's really about the mindset of the people using it. What are their intents? As they said, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And with that, I land.
I wanted to get back into the conversation with the Black Shoe Brand and the Ball Brothers.
Go ahead.
So what I was trying to say in that respect is you have to look at your margins, and that's true enough.
If you're charging $1,200 for a shoe, but you're only trying to give the manufacturer a 10% mark for producing the shoe, that's a ripoff. The producer is not going to give you a good exchange rate. But if you're saying, okay, look, I'm brand new in the market. I know you produce Nike and some of the other brands in your manufacturing warehouse. I'm wanting to sell these shoes at an exclusive deal based on the fact of my 3 sons, and give them a history. You got to sell things to people and the ideas behind them. Look, I'm going to mark them for $1,200, right? It's only going to cost you maybe, $5 to produce the goddamn shoe. But I'll split with you the profit 50-50. $1,200 shoe, you give $600 for every shoe you help me sell. What do you think the manufacturer is going to do besides be well motivated to produce them shoes at a rate that they will sell faster and they will actually be of good quality? If he's getting $600 for each shoe he makes, way more than he would get from Nike or anybody else. Let me finish running my struggle. Let me finish. So as you start becoming more productive and you're selling more and more shoes, the shoes become a name. They're more reliable. Your feet ain't going through the goddamn sole, right? Now you're producing more. Now the renegotiation is you drop down the profit margin because you're producing more. So you're making just as much. You get what I'm saying? And if the manufacturer don't want to go along, there's other manufacturers now that can take over that brand that has a more reputable name. But see, we don't have the mindset, because I had to teach I used to sell pharmaceuticals in a medical supply company. And when I went to work there, he hired me as a sales lead, like a sales executive. He didn't want to give me the title of vice president or anything. He hired me under contract. I said, look, at the end of 5 years, we're going to renegotiate this contract. When I went in, I was just selling medical supplies. I saw he had a pharmaceutical license. I said, hey, why aren't you utilizing this on deals? I don't know how to use it. What the fuck? Okay. So I knew government contracting coming out of government. Went and worked some deals. And his first deal for pharmaceuticals was for $300 and some thousand. At that point, I took 35%, right? But he always wanted a 30% margin or whatever markup on his profit. I'm like, look, sometimes for volume, you have to drop down your profit margin. And I had to explain to him why. So long story short, we came up with a flu deal for the state of California. Small business owners get an advantage. Why? Because, we're not as big as those major corporations. I competed against the people that manufactured the fucking flu to get the deal. I asked all of them to give me their best price on that volume. And they did. But guess what I knew? I knew the history of the deal had to be documented and it was accessible to me so I could look over the history of the deals that were made before this one. And I knew what their market was on their profit margin based on the prices they gave me. So when I went to go make the deal, I structured it at a 5% profit margin on $7.5 million worth of product. My boss is like, why the fuck are you doing that? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, you got to win the deal first. Something from nothing is nothing. Win the deal and I'll tell you how we can restructure the deal afterward. So just focus on that first. Let's win the deal. All right. So we put it in at 5. We won. Why? Because I knew most of them were going to market at 8 just to win the deal. Well, now I have a signed contract on hand. I have a guaranteed price from them, but I said, look, there are 3 other manufacturers in this fucking deal. I'm going to go back and ask them their best and last price on this deal since it's signed and it's guaranteed through us. Give me your best and last price. That 5% went to 10% on our end. And we pushed the product out. The only small company in the state of California ever, a small Black-owned company to only provide $7.5 million worth of flu to the state of California. And I did that through a small company. That's why I'm saying sometimes you got to look at the bigger picture. And while you might look like you're getting a small margin now for giving up a lot, it puts your name out there big enough that you can sell later and get the margin you really want. You got to play the long game sometimes. We are so short-sighted sometimes when it comes to business. I want to make my money now.
Right.
That's
So,
the
in
way.
layman, to everybody listening tonight to Ronan, is he basically saying is just because you spend 6 don't mean you got to make 12. A profit is a profit.
You know, it's funny that you said that, because there was I need to find that reel, but there was somebody that was talking about that. He said that most businesses, they only make 20 to 25% profit on their margin, but a lot of times, you know, black folks, we're used to making, you know, 100%, because, you know, we're coming from the underground economy. But when you get above board, no, everybody above board is only making 20 to 25%.
Anywhere from 25 to 40% margin, depending on what you're doing. Labor cost for us was about a 40 to 50% markup.
Everything out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even if they're paying, and this is where I even took it to another level once I was being executive at certain companies. We knew if we hired somebody at 100K, we needed them to produce over $1 million worth of profit in a certain amount of time to pay them the 100K. So even though I'm paying you 8K a month, I've made way over that the fucking higher you're at. You get what I'm saying? So then are you selling yourself short for working for somebody? No. Go get their experience and go work for yourself once your name is out there. Because I jumped from company to company. I told you every 4 to 5 years I left a company. But my reputation was out there in the industry. So it didn't matter what company I jumped from, I pulled all my fucking clientele with me. Because people buy from people first, not buy from companies. But people don't listen to the lessons that are being taught. Well, hold on now, Roman. They were offered a deal, a big baller anyways. Navar was offered a $10 million contract with Nike. And, 10? Yeah. I think it was $10 or $20 million to produce the shoe.
Annually? Or just one time?
I think it might have been annually or maybe one time. I don't know the structure of the deal. To be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if it was like a record label deal or something. But you know, predatory. But he said no. But that's kind of what I mean. It's not so much that, you know, it's they're dumb businessmen or they don't know. I don't think, you know, or they don't know how to operate, or that they can't find someone to tell them. It's just that black folks in general, they don't own the means of production, because it's not just a shoe.
Neither do the white people. Neither
No,
do
that's
they.
not. I mean, that's not necessarily true, Ronan. I mean, look at Nike, Adidas. Adidas is German, I
Where's
think.
their warehouse is at?
I think Adidas has some in Germany and China, spread out. Yeah, all over.
So they geo-arbitrage
there's no.
the fucking labor. They geo-arbitrage the labor. They build a big warehouse. They fill it with the equipment they need, probably at a reduced rate. They probably bought the low-end equipment they needed from China or wherever that was close, locally sourced. They can get it repaired quickly, and they fill it full of Chinese workers at a low rate.
Of course. Of course, but you know, when you but you know, just to kind of get something like that started, there's a very good reason why, despite Michael Jordan being
China gave them incentive to build that
generation.
warehouse. Wait. China gave them an incentive to build that warehouse there, so they can get the business and the workers fulfilled there. So there's advantages when corporations set up somewhere, tax advantages. You know,
I'm not saying there aren't advantages. I'm saying it's a matter of ownership. There's a very good reason why Michael Jordan didn't produce his own shoes. He just had a deal with Nike to get those shoes out, because the apparatus just wasn't there.
Why compete against it is really the question, if he didn't have to.
Well, true, but if we want ownership, where the idea is ownership, that's how it is. It's like the music industry. All the artists are black, but everyone who's running the actual operations and the industry of music is white. Sony executives.
Yeah, but Michael Jordan, at the end of the day, still owned his name. He gave them the rights to use his name for that brand.
Of course, and he was very well compensated.
Exactly.
Very well compensated. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that, you know, black people, for the most part, it's not that they're trying to. I don't think Big Baller Brand was just trying to gouge. I think they really needed to charge that price just for the money to make sense. Because you can imagine, But how are they going to be able to AB, come how up long with- did
you follow LeVar? LeVar had a big ass mansion before his kids actually made
Yeah,
it.
I know, but that
he was
we're
spending money lavishly on his word.
Of
You know
course,
what I'm saying?
of course.
So
I know the
he
man's
was in
got.
that catch up mentality. He wasn't in that I'm in I have the money to do it, but I'd rather use somebody else's money.
I know what you mean, but there's a difference between being able to go out, buy yourself 1 or 2 Rolls Royce and live in a really nice neighborhood, and having to come up with $200 million for distribution, creation, advertisement, customer service, all for your shoes. That's like a whole different level of capital, and that's just $200 million just to get the shoes out. That might not include any other associated costs, like from other professionals that you might charge, shit that the government might ask you to do, etc. It's a lot of money, and that kind of money, I would say, the black elites in America, they don't have anywhere near that amount. And I don't want to hear anybody say Oprah. She does not have that amount. There's very, very few black people in America who have that. Oprah.
I wouldn't count Oprah for shit.
Shit. Her homegirl still working at ABC. Her homegirl still on ABC.
Well,
if I had a billionaire best friend, you think I'd be
Right.
working? I'd be working for him. As an
But the whole thing is a steady check, regardless if she's a multi-millionaire, because most of them are. It's a steady check, and it's something they like to do. That's the whole point. If you like doing something and you're still making money at it, why would you quit?
Well, no, because I'm saying when people talk about Oprah, they don't realize that she's more of a facilitator. She doesn't actually own any of this stuff.
She connects the dots. Yeah.
And even her own network, like her network that they said was,
Yeah, the Oprah Winfrey Network owned.
It got sold for $70 million, but people were playing it up like she was like a billionaire. I'm like, no, she's not at that level. I'm not saying she's not a rich
But even
woman,
when
but
she
it's
would
like-
give her giveaways, everybody didn't understand what affiliate marketing was. When she gave her giveaways to the different people in the audience, that was affiliate marketing for her.
Yep, affiliate
Because
marketing.
anybody that saw her
write-off.
give that away, now all of a sudden they're wanting to buy what Oprah gave away. That's how she sold that shit.
Crazy. I don't know if you guys seen the Epstein emails with Oprah in it. That's a foul bitch.
All right. Spin the block, team. So your answer was you don't think that we can get cooperative economics because we need government? Was that your answer, KB?
We don't have the money, we don't have the resources, we don't have the institutional power, and we don't have the political power. If
First
you
of
guys
all-
want, go ahead.
First of all, we don't have the unities and everything else you said. My fault, cuz I had my popcorn in my hand real quick and I was like, you know what I'm saying?
Gotcha. So, and then Ronan, you said the solution is pretty much back to community survival. We don't have these things, so we need to create these things. Is that what I'm getting from you?
For me, like I said, if you want to keep the dollar in the black community, it has to be at a point where the black community rallies around the product, and that means everybody has to be on the same fucking page. For whatever that product is, it has to be placed at a certain price point. One, so the company can keep thriving and growing, and two, where it's equitable for the people that are buying it. Sometimes when we put out product, we put it at such a high, like let's use Laval. At $1,200 a fucking pair, it becomes unattainable. Even though you're trying to make it an exclusive brand or something, you don't have the name behind it. You guys are pulling the cart before the horse, meaning you don't have the name, but you want to charge the value of a brand name product. Sometimes,
okay. What about Shaquille O'Neal owning Reebok? But we're not supporting Reebok like we do Jordans.
That's just taught. Salute Charlie Chan TV, man. Hit the link, brother. Anyway, but here's the thing. Reebok is a brand name. And this is what I used to tell people. I used to go to it's a brand name. It's somebody that's name recognizable. It's not like a ball thing. Okay. So here's my mindset with
Shaquille O'Neal.
Shaquille O'Neal is doing. I used to go into companies, like I said, I switched every 3 to 5 years. I would switch company. The company I'd go to was happy to hire me, and they're like, okay, well, we can't wait to see what you can do. I said, give me all your old clients that don't buy from you anymore. They're like, what? Give me all your old client base that don't buy from you no more. Why would you want them? Watch. I took their whole client list, rebuilt the relationships, and brought them all back into the fold. For that, it netted me an easier commission. Why did I decide to take the old client base instead of starting from scratch and going and finding people who want to believe in the brand? It wasn't about believing in the brand. It was the fucking person that was handling the person that caused the grift. I told you, people buy from people, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Not the companies. So it was a person that was involved that got that person not to want to do business with you. Not you as the company. It was never you. You know what I mean? So I would wind up returning all that business back to the company. Well, what the fuck did you just do? I just had to fix relationships that were already there for your company, but not with your sales rep. Same thing with Shaquille. He buys a brand recognizable name like Reebok. People know the brand. Now, the reliability, the little things, the ancillary things that might need to be fixed or tweaked in order to make that company grow again might be minor. But nobody wanted to do it. Maybe he sees it that way. Hey, it's a brand recognizable name. I can do some things. I can get some popular players or whatever. I can give them off contracts or produce their own shoe through Reebok, blah, 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 and run it on down the list. There's a map already. Nike did it. Adidas did it. Why can't he do it with Reebok if he fixes the little things?
Yeah, same thing with Papa John.
Right.
He took over Papa John's because the brand was tarnished. I forget the old CEO. He basically
like I said,
all of that.
A name recognizable brand. When you buy name recognizable brands, if it's a relationship thing, if it's a whatever, you can identify those little issues and fix it.
Yeah, one thing I do know with all these entities that Shaq has a hand in, Shaq ain't going into it unless he has ownership in it.
Yeah, not just like Mike, the basketball player Johnson, Magic Johnson. He's not a dummy. He's brought into companies that were name recognizable as franchises. They grew his business acumen from there, and then he went into ownership of different things because he learned from the ground up on how to structure things. Sometimes you got to start off small to understand structuring, finance, and all the things that take to run a corporation on a corporate level, not as an employee level. A lot of us go into a job just wanting to be employees. I went into a job wanting to know the infrastructure and the workings and how things move to make that company profitable. And as I started learning as in the executive branches I was in and all the different, I was like, dude, I could do this myself. What the fuck?
Not everybody goes in with that level up mentality. Some people get comfortable and they cool where they're at.
They're paying for your comfort. Thank you.
Yep, an employer pays you just enough so that you don't quit, and you work just enough as an employee so that you don't get fired. Bringing Charlie Chan to the stage. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Man, chilling, man. Seeing you brothers was on here cooking up something. Figure I'll pull up and show some love. How y'all doing?
Good. Hey.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What you got on the topic, man? You heard us. You know what's going on. Controversial corporate Cooperative economics when it comes to your family or the black community as a whole. How we fix what you see happening right now? By okay. I'm going to this just a little bit quick and stuff like that, guys. Y'all know I don't be trying
Right.
to do
I was
too
saying
much.
I wouldn't have went fast. These niggas be extra to take the pressure off of them sometimes. They be talking so much, but go ahead, brother.
Nah, I would gladly take the reins for a second.
Man, a whole PowerPoint. What you mean, King?
Well, I think for one,
you did, and it was dope as fuck. Cause I love when I get on panels, on my own panels, and I can learn something.
That's a fact.
Go ahead, Charlie. Sorry, man. I didn't mean to.
Oh no, you're good. I would think, like, say for one, is being the change that you want to see. For one, you know what I mean. Like, sometimes you gotta lead by example, and two, the most important thing when we talk like this, everybody making it seem like all people of a darker hue have to get together and sing kumbaya while looking into the sky. When that's truly not the case. All it takes is a couple like-minded brothers that's moving in the right direction and don't mind sharing it with other people of like-minded brothers, even if it's different sectors, different communities and stuff like that. That's how we could begin to grow, just because we could grow and learn off of each other. And when it comes to a unit, a team, that means everybody has a place. Everybody has something that they're accountable for. So I think that's just to be the first step, in my opinion.
Sometimes, Charlie Chin, motherfuckers don't want to play Pippen to your Jordan.
Well, here's the thing. Them motherfuckers won't be on the team, Cool King. You know what I mean? Because that's the point about it.
I totally agree with you on that.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I totally agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Nigga, you got to be off the team then if you fall in line.
Yeah. Go play for the goddamn Spurs or something. You know what I mean? Like, but we a winning team over here, and if you don't want to play your part, we don't need you on
Wow, they lost bruh. They won up until the finals.
the team. Man, everybody won up until they lost. How about that?
Right.
My dog don't bite until he do. Like, come on now.
Toxic.
He wants that second place trophy. Charlie.
Yeah,
King.
exactly. Yeah, that's the young generation. They deserve it, bro. No, that's what the winner is for. They get the props.
Man, imagine you spent your whole life playing basketball for a nigga to be like, oh, you lost. That's crazy, bro.
Is it though? Because you did lose. Like, niggas not like
Don't you get paid to win? But hold up, KB. For that check, don't they get paid to bring home championships? Regardless of what the check is.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, put some respect on their name, man. Come on.
I'm not saying it's disrespectful, but hey, you didn't do what you said you were going to do, which is win a championship.
You know what?
Come on, like they went all the way to the finals.
Take your check and try better next year.
The other team,
get out the ego. It's okay.
It was a good.
You got to work harder next year.
It wasn't just
It
working
wasn't
hard.
a good
It's just
competition.
that the other
came
team
back by damn near 30, bro. It wasn't a good competition.
Hey, it's part of it, man. It happens. It happens.
Yeah, they was down by damn near 30.
And
They
they
came
lost.
back.
What the?
Bro,
I don't watch it. I didn't watch that.
26 and 27?
Yo, but the way this game is played in 2026, that type of shit happens every day, all day.
Well, it's unique that you say that, because that particular game was a record breaker. Nowhere in history has a team came back from such a deficit to win.
Oh damn! Now they're in the record books too.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yeah, they're the record books for sucky.
The Celtics with that. And the Celtics come back from a big deficit like that.
Yeah,
not in the finals. Not like.
Oh, it wasn't in the finals. It was in the playoffs.
That
come on, we both know if OKC
that type of thing happened during the regular season. Finals. It's a whole different level of excellence when you do it in the playoff.
I'm talking about my boys, the Kansas City Chiefs. Kansas City Chiefs is known to put you on the record books for coming back from low percentage points and kicking your ass in a championship. We good for that shit.
Who? Y'all did that too?
KC Chiefs.
Mm-hmm. People celebrating in the end zone like they had us whooped.
All right, we ain't gonna talk sports because the Patriots got the Super Bowl against the Atlanta Hawks. We don't want to talk about that. That's the greatest ever in history.
It's the Dirty Birds. It's the Falcons, not the Hawks.
Yeah, you
Hawks
can't touch
basketball.
my quarterback. Don't touch my quarterback, or you're gonna pay.
At least I was in Atlanta.
Yep, he was in Atlanta.
Right, because thank you.
But
y'all quiet.
Also, to spin the block, I think people got to start pointing out people that's not with the movement, because if you're not with the movement, that's fine. Just don't get in the way of the people that are in the movement. That's just like when I used to go to school and the teacher would tell the class, if you want to be a class clown, have at it. Do what you want with your future. My problem come in is when you were distracting other people from doing what they're supposed to do. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay, hold on. I don't know. There's this word called the decadent veil. Black Cleaner might know what I'm talking about. If you've ever been on that part of YouTube, but
that sounds
it's
like
not. They're talking about celebrities, right? Like celebrities like P. Diddy, Jay-Z. Like they portray Black people as these successes and whatnot. And I'm not saying that Jay-Z and the rest of them aren't successful, but it's really a mirage. Like people take a look at that and they're like, well, Black people are doing real well in America. But if you look at the neighborhoods and the reality on the ground, that's not what it is. You gotta understand, it's like Oprah and Diddy and people like that. They're not necessarily on your team to begin with. They're basically in the pocket of whoever the white zaddy is or whoever to benefit their own selves. The problem is at least in the Black community, how I see it, it's not that just that people don't, it's not just that people don't want to join the movement. People actively believe like they're better off, or like going into this other direction, they're gonna be better off. They look at a billionaire and then they're like,
That's the problem.
I'm not gonna raise taxes because that could be me, bro. That will never be you. That's not gonna be reality for most people. But to them, like I'm like, a lot of Black people think they're middle class when they're really just poor. Like they'll be making $50,000 working a warehouse jobs, and I know it's some shots fired out here. $50,000 working a warehouse jobs, and they think they're middle class. I'm like, no, you're working poor in this country. You really are. But they think like they really got it like that when they really don't. So, people like that, you're never gonna convince them to do the things or to vote or do the things that they need to do to get out of their situation collectively, because they don't think they're poor. They don't think they're in that situation. Until until you leave your hood and then you go to Boca Raton and then you see the Ferrari pop out the garage, and then you realize what it really is. And the rent per month is your whole paycheck for the month. So yeah, go ahead.
Well, my question to you is it a one size fit all thing? Because white people don't come together. Any race don't come together, but for some reason, Black people got to be this unicorn race to where we all got to be holding hands and kumbaya together. That's not reality. So those people that you're speaking of is maybe people that doesn't make it to the inner circle.
It's not that Black. I would say two things to that, right? It's not that Black people have to be kumbaya. It's just that Black people are unique in this country, and that they've been here the longest, but they're still at the bottom.
Well, don't act like. Well, see. Well, here's the thing.
Well, hold on.
Don't act like there wasn't other systemic things in place.
Of course, I agree. But it's like, that's why I say they're probably. It's unique. Like it's particularly acute, and if you want this to kind of change, a lot of Black folks, they have to be
on the exact same page in order to make something
Do it
like
have to
that
be a
happen.
lot of black folks or just
Oh,
a
of
couple
course.
black folks?
I mean, shit. If you can get 60% to show up, that'll do it.
60%
That'll
of
do it.
what? A race?
Yeah.
Those type of numbers barely show up to vote.
Yeah. Well, you know, it is. And
Look,
secondly, go ahead. My bad.
I just wanted to show this video because you was hitting on something about us coming together, and it made me think about this video. Hold on one second. Let me see what y'all think about this.
So he built a city where it did, a place where black money stayed black and freedom came with a price tag, a place so powerful they had to torch it to erase it. This is O.W. Gurley, the father of Black Wall Street. Born in 1868 to formerly enslaved parents, he learned early the power of land and ownership. He worked as a teacher and postal clerk, saving every dollar to chase something bigger, self-reliance. In 1905, he moved to Tulsa, Oklahoma, an oil boomtown with opportunity for some, but not for all. So Gurley bought 40 acres of land north of the tracks and said, "This will be ours." He built homes, hotels, and a grocery store and sold land only to black families. Those acres became Greenwood, alive with banks, barbershops, theaters, restaurants, and schools. Booker T. Washington called it a Black Wall Street of America. Then came 1921. Jealous, angry mobs invaded Greenwood, looted its businesses, dropped bombs from planes, and burnt a thriving community to the ground. Gurley lost everything, but his dream didn't die in those flames. Every black entrepreneur, every Buy Black movement, every community built from the ground up walks in his footsteps. He didn't just build a city, he built a legacy. Say his name, O.W. Gurley. Put his name where it belongs, in history.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, Oshidu Jackson, and I'm back at it again with another video. And today I have a brother that's a content creator. He's also been following the page, and he has a very interesting story. He's living.
Not the dusty window. Not on O'Shea's channel.
Sorry about that. That was just a preview. I didn't mean to get that one.
You weren't sorry about that.
Nah, he wasn't. That was intentional.
Nah, toot your horn.
That was intentional. Toot your horn, little nigga. Say it with your chest. Let's go. You gotta say that with your chest.
Yeah. So what do y'all say about the O.W. Gurley? Because he was touching on that. So you don't think that I mean it was done before, it was just destroyed because of what you said earlier, fundamental racism. So you don't think that we can overcome the fundamental racism and do it again? We just talked about how you said Oprah doesn't have it, but we do see that there are companies that are being run and owned by black people in our community that we can actually link up with to be able to, do a lot of the things that we're doing. So what do you say about that?
Well, like I was saying, that's why I brought up the $1,200 shoe. When I go to black businesses here, I want to say there was like a whole Buy Black movement on DoorDash. Most times it was shit, if I'm being honest with you. The prices were really high, and the amount of food that I got when I went to Walmart or when I went to literally any other chain restaurant, not only was the food better, but I actually got more food too. And I know those black businesses, they weren't necessarily trying to, give me a low quality product, but I understood that this is a small business, maybe it just started, and their margins are razor thin. So in order for them to make money, they need to kind of sell this product to me at this price. And that's the fundamental problem.
Yeah, but that's not always the case scenario, bro.
It's definitely not.
No, that's why I said 75%.
What did you have to drink at the other restaurant?
I had some iced tea. It was a barbecue spot.
Oh, okay. That was the white restaurant?
Yeah, like they have smoky bones here, and then I went to this black place around my neighborhood that sold barbecue, and
I mean,
It
I
wasn't
got a
good.
fundamental question about the ice. Was it colder over there?
What do you mean? Nah, they just gave me a lot more food. Like the food was a lot more. It tasted better. They had the crispy fries. It was just better, man. It was just better.
I was just giving you shit, but what I will say is this: I have somebody close to me that's been actually got all the best cooking knowledge in the world, but I have to tell them, being a good cook and running a business is fundamentally two different things. Just because you could cook well, don't mean that you could run a successful business. So those things are so once you start looking at number, if you go to school for any type of business, they teach you how to add in how much sugar you use per cupcake and be able to say how I got 3 cents sugar in there, 2 cent flour, and you break it down to the smallest compound. I'm saying that to say understanding your number is a fundamental. Understanding your numbers is a fundamental thing when it comes to business. And unfortunately, a lot of people that don't have financial literacy, they don't understand how fundamental the numbers are. They just think if they sell it at a good price, they'll be winning. And in a lot of cases, that's just not the case.
It's not, because you got to base your price on a demographics.
Exactly.
Of annual income, age range, so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? Before you even set a price, you have to understand what the neighborhood is.
Yep.
And where you can set your price at.
Right.
Yeah, but all right. So like, I don't know if you caught it the live a little bit earlier, Charlie. I was telling them about how we looked into getting a restaurant, right? And this is like, I mean, this is not a nice place. This is like, if you've ever been to South Florida, Miramar, parking lot next door, it's practically a freeway running through it. And they were trying to sell the property for between $800,000 to $1.2 million, right? And then the people that were currently in the building, they were getting paid like $9,300 a month. That's how much you got to pay per month for the rent. So we talked to our realtor, and she came back and she's like, "Listen, if you want this property, the bank's not just gonna let you come in and just buy this property with 10% down, which would be like almost $100,000. You're going to need at least to put up 50%. So you're gonna need to put up $400,000 to $500,000, and then the bank might match it. And then you need to produce your documents and do all this because they're gonna charge you some serious interest rates, 4 to 6%. So the rent itself, if you were to rent it out 100%, you would be $700 short a month if you decided to just buy the property, not including anything else you got to pay, like renovations and stuff. So that's what I mean. It's like, if you're coming into that and you don't have any capital to absorb that, which most Black people don't, of course the product's going to suffer. Or if the product doesn't suffer, you're going to have to pay a premium for it that you just don't have to pay for a chain or anywhere else where someone has money to kind of absorb those costs, or someone who's been in business for a while.
Or if you hold off and you create as the orders come in, and not go head in first with creating all this product, and you don't even have a lane to sell yet. Why would you do that?
Well, because you want to own stuff. You what? It is, you want to own stuff, It's not just me saying it. It was.
Yeah, we talked about that. People being addicted to you said something about Rick Ross, that's people being addicted to shiny stuff. You don't have to start off on top. You can always, start at the bottom and scale up. That's number one. Or number two, you could have converted the space into a smaller space and did your product and then rented the other space out to be able to make the rent. You know what I'm saying? So you're getting money from renting it out, and you're also getting money from doing your own business. There are always many different ways of doing it. O2O always talks about house hacking. You can do the same thing in commercial spaces. You can business hack.
I know what you mean, but this particular, but like most properties in South
KB,
Florida,
you're an
you can't
accountant.
necessarily.
KB,
Go ahead.
are you not getting certified as a CPA accountant or whatever, right?
Yeah. I'm good.
Okay, so what you're thinking of and your mentality was, even with your family, y'all wanted 100% positive cash flow the minute you brought it. One, you get to offset your taxes for buying a property like that over a period of time, appreciation, right? The $700 negative that you would have had to pay in addition to giving up a little bit more deposit could have been an offset for a loss amount that you could pay or protect some of your other earnings because you had to pay that extra $700. It wasn't profitable, right? So there's all kind of ways that you could have looked at that, but you looked at it as, we can't make this 100% profitable even if we gave up 50% on the down.
Well, okay, so what I was explaining to her was, I'm like, listen, at most you're gonna get a deduction to offset this.
Right.
Number two, we don't have the capital in order to be able to just come in and even attempt this purchase. And number three, the interest rates alone would actually make this not feasible. And I think, a lot of Black people, they're in that position where due to the history of America, whatever you want to say, they don't have the capital to participate in these particular businesses. And when they do participate, it's not that they're trying to put out a bad product or they don't understand. It's just that they can't really compete.
They put themselves under the gun and behind the fucking wheel where the rock is rolling faster than they can produce.
All right, so quick question, because KB is...
If Black Cleaner, if you can pull that first slide to the left. But go ahead, Blue King. Sorry.
So, it kind of sounds like KB is stuck in his ways, but that's okay. So my question to the panel, would you guys rather the journey or overnight success?
The journey.
How long?
Because if you have overnight success, when you fail, you know how to fix it. If you go through the journey and you start to fail, then you know what you need to go backwards and fix. But I got two slides, Black Cleaner.
Oh, go ahead.
If you can pull up one slide. Go ahead, Charlie Chan. I just want him to pull up the slide while you guys are talking.
No, I was just asking Keem, how long is this journey?
Doesn't matter.
It don't matter how long the journey is. Would you prefer the journey
does.
or overnight success?
Journey.
All right, so let's base the journey on a 5 to 10 year basis.
Okay, well, in that case, I would probably go more or less with the overnight success, and I'll tell you why. Guys, when you think about it, wealth is measured in time and not dollars. Because if it takes an individual 20 years to make $1 million, and it takes me 2 years to make $1 million, whether I made it at the end of his 20 or he made it at the beginning of mine, who is more rich? Who has more wealth?
So who has more wealth in the journey or the overnight?
That's what I'm saying. So I'm looking at wealth as, if we're just talking about just wealth strictly. If you're talking about a journey building person and stuff like that, it's a different conversation. But we're strictly discussing wealth. Give me the overnight success so I could continue, so I could get to the life that I need to have.
Yeah, but you won't be able to maintain that life if you had it overnight success because you didn't know how you got it. You lucked up on it.
Nah, that's true in some cases.
Let me finish my point.
Right,
if you take the journey, it's like building the foundation. You know what it took for you to build that foundation, to grow it, and then if there's a little kink or some kind of change that you implemented that caused you to lose, you can back up, restructure, or even if you wanted to take and sell that whole business, you can replicate that same base and everything else in a whole nother business line. Why? Because you took the journey. You didn't luck up on it.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying?
It's not lucked up on, and you can appreciate overnight. Because sometimes the overnight success, you could be a one-hit wonder in that moment.
Tag team back again. Check to effect and let begin.
I get what you're saying, but with the only outliers that you're adding is it a 5 to 10 year growth or overnight? if you get it overnight and you know how to scale a business, they got a book that's called a $500 startup, to where you should be able to get any idea off of the ground and going, far as a micro level. So just because I get a bunch of money overnight, don't mean I have to spend it overnight. And if it's a bunch of money, why can't I diversify? I was just talking to somebody the other day to where I asked them what was a lot of money. They said $100 million. I said, if you had $100 million, what would you do? Oh, I would start off little and get me a house back in our hometown, and then I'll open a business and work like that. Like that's just, I just wanted, I asked them that to see what their fundamental, I mean, their thoughts and things was, not knowing that when you talking about $100 million, you're really not talking about physically working anymore. Because if you put that into a dividend that's paying you what 10% per year, that's $10 million a year. So why would you have to physically go out there and work for? So it's all in the situational thing. That's why I say whether it's overnight or 10 years, as long as I got that money, I will take overnight.
Could respect that.
Everybody, and then there are things as overnight, because you said lucky. I wasn't under the term that someone got lucky. Like say, it could be a period where a person came out with a stellar ass product and they blew up. Y'all remember the stop drop commercial, that little cushion that you put on the side of your seat for to stop making shit fall between your seats? They say that person made millions of dollars off of that.
Yeah,
So
that was
do
smart.
I gotta learn how to sew to do that? No, give me the overnight bread.
But
it takes 30 years to be an overnight success. That's how I know about it.
You also
But
gotta
I
respect.
wanted to salute Low Key Lux. Thanks for supporting the channel. Ronan, I know you want to look at the slide. Do you want to read the comment before you look at
Yeah,
the
sure.
slide?
That's why I made the slide, because Loki brought up what is middle class. He said, I think the middle class is definitely narrowed over time. Also, social media has made things that are upper class feel like they need to be maintained by the middle class. So, yeah, the middle class has always been reaching to perpetrate like the upper class. You live above your means. But somebody actually asked the question in the chat, and that's what made me make these two slides, is what is middle class? Now, by government standards in 2024, the medium income was $83,730. Now you can look at the breakdown, low, middle, and upper. But then it comes down to cost of living. If you hit the other slide, Black Cleaner, I broke down cost of living instead of it being in the middle. I have a separate slide for that. So I'm gonna take this one down and remove it, just so you only have one choice. Oh, hold on, KB. Let me finish my spiel, because you haven't seen the other.
That's household.
Right. And so then I just said, here's a household. This is the average cost of household income, depending on what part of the country you live in.
That means
because that could be really skewed if you live in inner city, upstate New York, versus being somewhere in a country in a small town. But they're saying the average monthly income is about $1,400 as far as rent. Food is $846. Electric on the average is $144. And then internet ranges of $96 a month. Your overall basic monthly income is about $2,500, which means a basic annual income of bills alone is $30K. So even if you're making $50K and you're spending $30K of it, are you really actually living? Is the point of the slide.
No, you're maintaining.
Thank you. But go ahead, KB. That's all I wanted to show.
Oh no.
Well, before KB goes, I want to bring 020. He's been waiting patiently to say hello. So what's going on, 020? How you doing?
Good, my brother. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
He's all relaxed.
You know it.
It's the CEO and the fisherman once again.
What's going on? What's going on? Shout outs to the panel.
What's going on, CEO?
Much respect, much respect. Now, I'm not so much a CEO, so I don't want to take no accolades that I've never actually sat in. I never sat in the shoes of a CEO. So shout outs to the CEOs though.
Okay. So what do you say about tonight's topic? Controversial economics.
Yeah, I don't know when you joined in. I know I sent out a link, but I don't know if you
Kind
joined
of
in.
just joined in because I've been listening for a bit, but I kind of just joined in, so I kind of wanted to maybe just go where you guys are at, or just go at the title. So just let me know which is best, Black Cleaner.
Wherever you want to fall in, comfortable, do you, brother?
There you go.
Okay, cool. Bet. Controversial. Cooperative economics. I think, I mean, it's a market, so whatever people decide to do, they can figure that out. If you're talking, I'm pretty sure you're talking about Black focus in the century, right, Black Cleaner?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, what happens is anytime Black folks want to get together and cooperate in order to improve their life here in America or abroad, there's always going to be someone to step in and slow down progress or even speak ill of progress.
Okay, bet. Yeah. That's no doubt. But I always love to point out, and I know maybe some people don't agree, but I still have to point it out. That's just a human thing. You win, people are going to hate on you. End of story. Chinese are doing better for themselves, so people are going to start to say something about it. They used to clown them, call them cockroaches. You didn't have a Chinaman's chance. That was the actual slogan. Now, they hated them when they were broke and busted and disgusted, and they hated them when they were not. So that's just a constant. So you as the opposing force or the other party need to do what's imperative of your own interests. And you can't look to that to be absolved and not to exist, but look towards building constructive ways of deterring mechanisms, techniques, and propaganda that people use and leverage against you to stop it. So I think that's just something. And then, of course, you're taking food off the plate for them, so they see it as. Might not be appropriate way to see it, but whatever. People do what they do. So I think if you're working through cooperative economics, see that as the part of the game and seek to, put yourself in a powerful position, regardless of how they feel. It still happens. Ronan often talks about a specific group that does that very well. So at the end of the day, get better, stop losing. And then that's the mentality you need to have. If not, then you're going to end up losing. And also, too, I would just add on the back end of that, you could do both. You could make yourself seem like a victim, and you could make yourself be the powerful. That's an effective and efficient strategy. You deter all types of approaches people try to stop your business or your growth from. So it's a very effective and efficient strategy. So I would say continue to do what you do if you follow by that, and build up righteously and invest. I always say that too, right? So just invest. Cumulative investing, cumulative economics, cumulative commerce and business. All these things are good. You just got to get yourself together to get it done. And people like Tulsa Fund and stuff like that, you're going to have your failures.
All right,
you never did it before.
Speaking on Tulsa, I got this video. Let me see what you think about this. Hold on.
Bombed its own citizens from the air. 1,256 homes burned, at least 300 people killed. 1921, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Greenwood District. Known as Black Wall Street, the wealthiest Black neighborhood in America. Black-owned banks, Black millionaires, luxury cars. Built by freed slaves and their children who'd become wealthier than their white neighbors. White Tulsa couldn't stand it. May 30th, 1921. Dick Rowland, a 19-year-old Black shoe shiner, steps into an elevator with Sarah Page, a white operator. She screams. He'd tripped, grabbed her arm to steady himself, or maybe the elevator lurched. No one knows. But by evening, the story spreading through Tulsa is Black White Woman. A lynch mob forms at the courthouse. Black World War I veterans, men who'd fought for America overseas, arrive, armed. Not today, they say. We're not letting them lynch him. Someone fires a shot. May 31st, 11 p.m. Thousands of white men march into Greenwood, but this isn't a mob.
Police, National Guard, city officials. They're deputized by the city, given badges, given weapons. This is a government operation. They torch every building, block by block. Then something unprecedented happens. Private planes take off. They circle over Greenwood and drop fire bombs, turpentine bombs, dynamite. The first aerial bombing of an American city. By dawn, 35 blocks are ash. 1,256 homes destroyed. Every church. 10,000 black people are rounded up and held in camps. Official death toll, 36. The real number? At least 300. Bodies thrown into mass graves, dumped in the Arkansas River. The city deliberately undercounted. Dick Rowland? Charges dropped. Turns out he never assaulted anyone. Sarah Page refused to press charges. The entire massacre based on a lie or a stumble in an elevator. Not one white person was arrested. Then the cover-up. The Tulsa Tribune destroyed its archives from that day. Textbooks omitted it entirely. Survivors were told, if you talk, you'll be arrested. So they stayed silent for 75 years. 1996. The state finally opens an investigation. Survivors, now in their 90s, testify for the first time. 1997. Forensic teams start searching for mass graves. They're still finding bodies. 2021. 100 years later, the last 3 known survivors file a lawsuit.
Yeah.
Not one white person was ever prosecuted. Not one family compensated.
Yeah, this is big.
What y'all think?
Bro, you can't stop.
Any comments, questions, concerns? Which I need to hear something.
Yeah, I got a lot of
You want to
concerns.
say? You want to speak on that first, or anybody else want to speak on it?
Nigga, that shit made me want to fight. Yeah. The fuck.
I mean, sorry about that. I'm eating. The point of that is, knowing your history, you got to try to stop it from happening again. But it also, if you know your history, and a lot of people ask, how come there aren't black communities like that anymore? Why? So history can repeat itself? They'll find an excuse to break it up. Haven't y'all figured that out yet? So you go and do and build on your own, and that's why even with the idea of cooperative economics, specifically in our community, doesn't necessarily work where other communities can come in, because like I had on the slide, there's a built-in necessity of them having to unite to start to build from scratch where we've already been here. You get what I mean? So the projection looks a lot easier for them to be successful because of the fact that they have that built-in necessity of uniting and working together in order to get ahead in a brand new country. That built-in necessity for us, I think we're more in a survival mode type of mentality based on all the things that happen to us, that you have to break that first before you can allow yourself to become successful. Certain people get it. You can't let your history define who you're going to be. O2O is a seated example of that. No matter what his environment was, he was able to strive above it and focus on the things he needed to do in order to get ahead in life and not stay in that mourning mode of all the things that were done to us or our family.
True, but a lot of times, it's based on opportunity.
You want to unpack that, King?
It's based on opportunities, where you grew up, what type of environment you grew up in, how your parents were, and things of that nature. A lot of kids in the hood don't have as much opportunities as others.
I agree with that, but I don't know if you know O2O's history. My history is the exact opposite. I came from that gangster mentality. My family worked for the fucking mob. You get what I'm saying? I wasn't disadvantaged at all. I didn't know what disadvantage was or even what a ghetto looked like until my mom was single, working as a nurse, and decided to step back and work and living in a government apartment complex. That's my first exposure to it, and I was already in middle school. You get what I'm saying? I didn't grow up like that, but other people did, and they still got out.
True.
You allow those things to limit you because you live in that mourner phase or you arise above it, and you don't let it discount what you are capable of doing outside of what happened to your people in history.
Well, that's where I gotta disagree.
Well,
I agree with
oh
you.
yeah, go ahead. Do you think, KB?
I mean, we can understand that history, but I would definitely say, you know, those systems didn't really go away. They faded, but they didn't really go away. You know, I'm not saying that black people, you know, you can't advance and you can't do more, but I really think that if we were to see a country where there's some level, maybe not parity, but you know, there's a demographics of black people actually owning things, it's definitely gonna have to be through government or something like that. I'm not gonna go as far as saying like maybe reparations, but I do think that, you know, government is really the only thing that can come in and kind of tip those scales. And it's not just white people who use government either. You know, when you look at schooling, for example, the Appalachian Fund that they set up specifically for white people in the Midwest, or, you know, the housing programs that they had where they would specifically exclude black people. You know, a lot of little things like that. So I do think black people, you know, they would do well to kind of get that on their side too, because you're not gonna beat it out capital to capital, in my opinion.
I agree, because I put up a slide to prove that. Remember the one, if we were unabated, where would we rank in the United States economy? Did you see that slide, KB?
Hold on. I don't think I saw it. I was looking at something else.
I'm gonna pull it back up again for you. But go ahead, O2O, while I'm pulling that up.
Okay, yeah. Again, what I'm about to say is my perspective, and that's all I care about. And at the end of the day, that's what I use to move forward. As far as the video that was showed, that's life. I just learned from it that some men stood brave, stood tall. Shout outs to them. They said not on their watch, and it happened on their watch. But that's what happened. You lose battles, and you lived, and then hopefully the next person, you know, if they want to, they're not going to lose that battle. I'm not going to lose that battle. And if I do, then I do, and it is what it is. I'm not dying. I'm not crying. I'm not a bitch. I went down as I was supposed to go down. That's life. I had a good life. I'm out of here. But that's all countries. So I'm not complaining.
Hey, that slide is loaded for you, Black Cleaner, if you want to pull it out while O2O is talking, because that will probably help him and show him exactly.
And again, O2O, just like when he said it, it's called obstacles of opportunity. I take a different approach. That's why I got different results in my life. I say that the obstacles that I've been through made me the man I am today, and it made me the killer I am today. I'm better than anybody else from a 2-parent household family. I'm better than anybody else who had everything given to them, spoon-fed. Shit, 70% of wealth is failed, even if it's handed down. Then 90% of it fails in the third generation. So actually, wealth is not inherited. It really doesn't matter who your parents are. It matters where your drive is. Drive results in everything, regardless. I can have $1 million. If my kids don't want to do it, they will not do it. End of story. If I want to do it, I will do it. End of story. There's nothing in my way. Humans are amazing. They can adapt and they can evolve to anything. So at the end of it, when I hear about everybody else's wealth, that's their choice. They have a choice not to focus on wealth. They have a choice to do this and do that. I was raised in the same thing, but people told me stories like that all the time. Yeah, because you ain't got this, you ain't gonna go nowhere. And guess what? They were wrong. They went nowhere. They were projecting. I went somewhere. And so that's the message that I put to any young black man that's listening to me. Y'all could push y'all message. I don't care. It's your message to push. My message is to push. You can change your life. Well, I don't know. Okay, well, look at my results. Well, that's only you. Yep, I got it. And you could follow it too. And shout outs to the Chinese man. I listen to them because they prove that the white man's not Thanos. Shout outs to America. I still love my America and I still love my white brothers. But at the end of the day, they not Thanos. They not God. But every time I heard a black man open up his mouth, he spoke to them like as if they were Thanos. I'm not listening to y'all no more. And shout outs to you. You can say whatever you want. I don't agree. I'll keep it pushing. Build what I got to build. And one day, young brother's gonna look up and say, I wanna be that Superman. I wanna talk like that. I wanna walk like that. I wanna move like that. I wanna get results like that. And then they're gonna rock with me. That's my tribe. Let's get it. Let's run it up. Let's go to war. The other people who don't, cool. Do you. Get your results. I ain't trying to stop you.
Quick question. Are you Black Lives Matter or All Lives Matter?
All lives matter all day, every day.
Oh, no.
All lives depending on the character, too. Let me add that on there. Shout outs to Martin Luther King. Content of the character.
All right. Before
Martin
we
Luther King
proceed, I want to go into the comments. Shout out to Mr. Felipe. He's saying that we're getting off into the weeds. We lost the circular economy soil that helped previous generations economically thrive.
Correct. And I wish you would have been able to see those slides earlier, Felipe, because I talked about that circle that caused us to thrive. But even to your point, this infographic on the third stack, a shift. Had we been unabated, Black Wall Street never was affected, and all these other places were never affected as far as our own communities. Do you see the extreme stack as the history of or the lineage starts to go on? So, the ranking, we would still be third. Okay, income rank, we go from fourth now to what it would have been second to third, unabated. The wealth rank would have increased to second and third because we would have had what? Ownership basis. So it went from lower to stronger. Intergenerational transfer of wealth, which is thin back then or now, it would have been a lot deeper had those things never happened to us historically. And then local businesses or density thinner now, it would have been a lot denser. We would have kept our Black dollars in our Black communities that were already developed, and those would have been structured even more. We might have been able to control not only just the city government, but it could have advanced into state and federal level influences. So those things historically have stopped us on a hypothetical scale. If you look at it, and this is computer, has nothing to do with me, in my opinion. They looked at, if we were unabated, where would we stack up on a national ranking as far as our people in our community? But in sense, you got a lot of people that have pushed towards separating us, whether it be by skin tone and melanation, light skin versus dark skin, whether it be women versus men, and Black women wanting to be strong, independent women versus wanting to be in the Black nuclear family and talking all kind of head to Black men. They've done so many things to destroy us over these generations. To try to get back to this hypothetical stack is what we're talking about right now.
The government or Black women?
I said the government, FBI. See, that all started with J. Edgar Hoover.
Alphabet agencies.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that systematically is what it caused us to come off the rails, where had we stayed on pace without any kind of issues when it comes to the government trying to break up our successes, that's where we would have stacked, hypothetically. Now, but it hasn't happened. We're in that other current status range right now. And that's, you can use as an excuse, like O2O said, or you can take that as motivation to say, I'm going to break that fucking cycle with my generation moving forward. I'm going to break that cycle with my mentality moving forward. I'm not going to allow those excuses to continue to exist in my fucking reality. That's where you have to get the mind shift change. Yes, these are reasons in our history why we are where we are. But are those the reasons that are going to stop us from moving forward? Or those the reasons that are going to fucking influence and hype you up to break that from this day forward and the things that you do to motivate you? And I'll land my plane there.
Oh. And I want to add, I'm not going to say excuses. I'm not saying that. That's what you want to think. That's what you think. Cool. That's your purpose, drive. That's what you use your intellect on. Cool. I'm not saying it's even an excuse. That's your mindset. Not you, anybody on the stage, just whoever, right? Cool. I don't even want to call it an excuse and this and that. Nah, I just got a different way of thinking, different results. That's just what it's going to be. And then I'm going to promote that. You're going to promote what you want. I ain't got nothing against it. No friendly fire. Not Malcolm X versus Martin Luther King in here.
Charlie Chan, you've been over there silent.
I don't think
I don't think
Charlie's
you're on the
here.
panel.
Oh, he ain't on the panel no more? Oh, okay. All right.
I want to ask you guys about one more topic, like opinions about this topic, because I think it's important. So me and my brother, I kind of gave him this idea, or we were talking this idea of a wealth tax, right? So here's what I'm thinking, right? I do propose that the reason that I'm thinking of the wealth tax is not because it's like I think these people aren't paying their fair share. By wealth tax, I mean billionaires, those with assets over $5 billion or more. I do think they might have outsized political influence. The same way, like I don't know if you guys remembered Musk. He gave, I think, something like 380, between 250 and 388 million dollars to the Trump campaign single-handedly. And in that total campaign, the value of that campaign was about $1.4 billion. So in total, he gave almost, 30%, 25% of the campaign donations. And that's just what we know about publicly. We don't know about any undercover gifts or anything like that, right? But because of that, he managed to get himself into the White House. He managed to get the Tesla cars in front of the White House. And through him, he managed to get quite a few people from both the SEC and, the IRS office not only fired, but he also managed to get government contracts for Tesla and SpaceX as well. Exclusive contracts with the government. So I'm thinking, ideally, if I'm thinking, okay, we do a moving average with the unrealized gains on these above $5 billion over the course of 5 to 10 years. So let's say if they hold an asset that has a valuation of, say, $6 billion for the first 3 years, and then, and then $2 billion for the last 2 years, right? Additional. At the end, the net valuation would be $7 billion. They'd have to pay $1 billion in taxes. They keep 6. But I think maybe the government can kind of step in and own these assets or hold on to these assets, but they still get controlling share where they're able to vote and propose on whatever business or company that they have without the government saying anything. But I do think, I don't know, it's an idea that I'm really thinking about that could maybe be effective, because I do think we're reaching a point where there are certain political powers being concentrated in the hands of too few people, where
AIPAC proved that right off the bat. What's going on right now? You got the small hats that are controlling. You got the small hats that are controlling what the United States is literally doing on a global scale.
Yeah, I mean it's an unpopular war, but somehow we keep going. We keep trying to help Israel. Did you hear about the secret bill that they tried to come through? The secret defense bill with Israel?
Well, Israel already has access to our technology. They literally change our stealth planes while they're in production to cater towards what their needs are. Yeah. That's been going on for at least 40 years now.
Well, I'll say shout outs to Israel. But what I would say
shout out to Israel.
Yeah, shout out to Israel. Shout out to Big Homie.
That's what I've been saying. You're a psyos, man. You're a Mossad.
Okay, you can say what you want. I'm completely fine with that. But I'm a declarated combat veteran, so we can just look at reality. You have your opinion, and I have mine. I'm not even going to call you anything, because that's not what I do right now. So anyways, going to the point, we get money. And we're going to get more money. And then there's going to be people who want to take that money. And that's completely fine. They have the argument. They come up with their formulas, how taxing unrealized gains and etc. Okay, it is what it is. And if they actually get something working, we'll pay the tax and keep moving. So at the end of the day, I'm completely fine. I know people are going to fight for their own interests. They have their own perspectives and opinions. I get money.
You worth $5 million or more?
What, bro? I invested in that investment you want to tax.
No.
I made $10 million when SpaceX came out in the IPO,
I'm
bro.
talking about for
I made mad
ultra high
money.
worth individuals. I'm not talking about.
Yes, I like those people. I'm on their side. Yes.
It's not even gonna affect you. It's not even
What you
gonna
mean?
affect
Like
you.
Elon
It's not
Musk
even
made
gonna-
me
It's not gonna
my
affect
wealth.
you.
He gave me a 44% gain in the last 25 years.
It's not even gonna affect you. It's gonna be.
I have my
2,000
opinion.
people
You
in
have
the
your
United
opinion. I didn't say your opinion's wrong. I didn't say you shouldn't do that. Do what you do, brother. I'm doing what I do. You trying to tell me who I'm aligned with? Nah, I'm aligned with who I'm aligned with. I didn't say anything. I'm a shareholder. He is my principal custodian of my capital. A billionaire. Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk.
You're not the part of that class. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, I am. What do you mean? I'm a shareholder on a legal document.
You could be. There's plenty of people who are shareholders. There's people with $500.
Yes, and
on
I'm
a
one of them.
Robinhood account.
Duh. They work for me.
You know
We're in
exactly
interest.
what I
Our
mean.
interests
You
are
know
aligned.
exactly what I mean.
I don't
You're
care
not
for
part
what
of
you.
that
I hear
billionaire
what you
club.
mean.
Hold on,
You can
KB,
say
are you
whatever.
trying to say because he's a major shareholder, he wouldn't be invited to a shareholders meeting just because of his skin tone? Is that what you're trying to imply?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
No. He's not saying that. He's
That's
just
not what
saying.
that's not
Go ahead, KB. Say what you.
No, I'm saying it's
He's
like
saying
I'm
that he's not a
talking
part
about-
of the billionaires club. That's basically what he's saying.
You're not a high net worth individual. 10 million.
Actually,
is
I
great.
am by definition, but
You know what I mean by high net worth.
Do
Man.
you know what I'm
Ultra high
saying?
net
But
worth.
again, say what you want. It doesn't matter what you say. It matters what I do in my life. It matters what I execute. And then plus, I know a lot of people are just financially illiterate, so that's where that comes from, right? Because to say the CEO, all right, so I work for a company, I'm a manager, and to say it doesn't matter what happens to my CEO, even though we're part of the same corporation, is kind of ridiculous. Of course it matters. He is the CEO. He is the principal custodian of the actual shares in which people want to tax, they want to create rules for it. So if that changes on what he has to do, if he has to leverage, if he has to sell out of positions, if it's being confiscated by the government, that's going to affect the actual amount of shares that are allocated to the market in some shape, form, or fashion. But see, that's what happens when you talk to someone who's just talking from the hip and what they believe, which is completely fine. Make up whatever you want, sign the initiative, make it happen. We'll fight it out in real life. I don't have a problem with it.
The corporation is designed to just make money for the shareholder, not necessarily the custodian or the executor. So
Actually,
regardless,
because they get paid in shares.
Right?
I know, regardless,
he gets paid in shares, right? He doesn't.
I'm aware.
They don't even get a salary.
I'm aware, but even if he gets paid in shares, the company is still going to exist to make money.
No, what he does is he leverages his
It would
shares.
change the situation. Just like last time, there was a major decline in the value of one of the companies because he had a tax event when he paid $11 billion in taxes. So it has an actual effect on it. Duh. But do what you do. I'm not even against it. I could care less. I fight wars all day, every day. People are going to come up with their perspective, and we're going to play it out in the field.
I think we're kind of missing the point.
Best of luck.
I think we're kind of missing the
Put together your initiative, put together your team, and get your little bill signed. But if not, we still gonna break up money. We still gonna get.
We're not necessarily. We're not. We're not talking about.
But listen, we talked about this earlier about corporations leveraging the advantages that governments or even cities are giving them to build industries. We talked about this with China and why Nike might have chose to build over in China for their manufacturing plant, right? Because they're leveraging what? The benefits of labor, low cost of labor, and any kind of taxation benefits they would have for setting up their corporate. Why are you getting mad at corporations for utilizing advantages governments are giving?
No, I'm not mad at the corporations. I'm not.
Then what are you
mad? I'm not mad, but I'm saying here in America, we're having a situation right now where we have wealth being concentrated in such a way where it's starting to affect our politics, where we see things coming through that are deeply unpopular, but almost seemingly come through regardless of the level of unpopularity.
This has been happening since JFK. What are you kidding? Are you kidding me?
No, no.
Before JFK, that's just
Well, I'm
life.
not
That's
saying
forever
it
been life.
hasn't happened, but today, I think the difference is today is that people don't trust news media. People don't trust the
Who
institution.
started that? Who started that?
I mean,
Donald Trump, right?
Yeah, since 2016.
Fake news. Fake news.
Since
All he had to do was say that a couple times on the news media. I remember when it was so popular to say I was a newsman because they couldn't print a story without verification, with any kind of fact finding. Everything had to be verified before they could go to print. Why? Because newspapers feared being sued for putting out slanderous information. Now it's like anybody that's a news person, oh, you're a fucking hack. Or it's first to print or first to put out the rumor. It's changed a lot.
Well, and also too, Ronan, I will also add, you know, when you look at the European model and even China, for example, I think they have more of a control of what's happening than I think the United States.
They don't give you internet.
See, this is what I love, man. See, this is what I ain't even gotta say nothing. These guys say it themselves. Y'all want to be China? Be China.
Well, that's not what we're saying. But you see, that's not what you're saying. You're being
look up to China. That's cool. China's got some good things about it. We could copy. You do what you do, man. That's why I say, man. I don't really have nothing against any position. You want to see this world, everything's doom and gloom, or it ain't right here and there, go fix it. Get busy. Go to work. Right. Stop talking to us. Go get your goddamn, team. Go down to town hall. What you going? What's the plan? What's the game plan? Start crowdsourcing your funds. Start writing your initiatives. What's some things called? Get your pension signed. Go ahead, man. Go get your petition. Get it drafted up. Use AI, LLM. Go use Grok or something. Look, I got nothing against it. I don't care. We still gonna run the bag up. Life is amazing. Shout outs to the 4,400 millionaires that just was created via SpaceX IPO. Like, people are winning out here. And then these were blue collar workers too. So shout outs to the blue collar workers who just ran up a bag. These weren't white collar workers, guys in the office. These guys were on factory floors, ladies and gentlemen. So shout outs to those teams. And they got what they deserve. They worked hard for it. They dedicated. And yeah, shout outs to corporate America. I love it. They're giving us a slice of the means of production. People out here owning shares in the company. And some people might say, oh, it's tiny, it ain't nothing. But it changes the trajectory of their family. It changes their lives. So it means a lot to these people. So I love it. And people who don't like it, fix it accordingly to what you see. I support you. Best of luck. I'm not even being sarcastic. Go out there and build out your life that you say you want.
You see what I mean, Black Cleaner?
Let me go to the
comments. Oh, how come we can't have collective blah blah blah? And like, people aren't gonna be on the same page.
Wait, hold on. Didn't I just say do what you want to do, Ronan?
No, it was a previous conversation that we had.
Wait, hold on. No. Don't try to backpedal. Be a man.
It's not backpedaling.
Don't backpedal. Be a man.
Man, come on.
You said after I said do what you want to do, I wish the best. You said see Black Cleaner, you can't give people. I don't have to do what you say.
No one said that you had to. But when
why did you say see? Wait, hold on. Why did you say see Black Cleaner? What did that mean?
Well, because if we as two black people can't even be on the same page, that
I told you to do what you do. I don't have to be underneath your page. This ain't a dictatorship.
No, you don't have to be underneath me. You're not underneath me.
I don't have to agree with you. I don't have to work with you. I'm not working against you. I said do what you want to do. There's other people that could work with you. See what I'm saying? This dude's a low-key communist party. Because the moment I said, I wish you the best, do what you want to do, he said, see, you can't get people, they don't want to do it. I don't have to agree with what you got going on. I'm not going against you.
You just said earlier that you're part of that class of people and that, I'm up for a fight.
And do what you want to do.
Does that even sound like somebody who's actually interested?
Do what you want to do.
You clearly.
I didn't say you stop.
And it's cool, but I'm just saying that's why we can't do things.
But look, okay, but look, you all right? Watch this. That's why you watch this. You said that's why we can't do it. Checkmate.
No,
good.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't
You
say
won't
that.
do it then.
See, I didn't
You
even
won't
say
do
that.
that. So it ain't even a
That's
problem.
not even what I
All
said.
right, let's
That's
break
not
it
even
up.
what I said. You
Let
see
me
that?
say this real quick.
You
Let me
see
say
that
this real
sleight of
quick. It
hand?
has nothing to
That
do
sleight of hand?
on that topic. It has nothing to do with that topic.
All right, go.
What I'm going to say is black people in itself already knew that there was a problem within our own community, or they wouldn't have had what they call cotillions, where black wealth in the South was circulated within black wealth of the South. They had cotillions set up so daughters and sons of wealthy individual black people and black families could keep their wealth within those families that knew how to control it best. Because they already knew that it couldn't go out to the masses because of the mentality that we had overall. Now, you could call that bougie or you could call that having foresight, whichever way you chose. But there was a reason why those societies were set up a certain way, because they knew in general, the general public didn't know how to manage it.
Let me go to the comments. Shout out to Mr. Felipe again. America is an inherited wealth economy. Most black families are page one rewrites each generation. What do y'all say to that?
Yeah, the information's not passed from one generation to another anymore. And that's the whole point of why I brought up listen, let me finish. This is the whole reason why I brought up the black cotillions and black society as a whole in the South. This is where everything propagated from. You had the South, Negroes of wealth, keeping the money within themselves rather than spreading amongst the community because they already knew what was going to happen.
America
So
is a
yeah,
country
most
of rewritten.
societies and most cultures, especially, I'm sorry, just the black community. I'm going to say it straight up. The black community is a rewrite because they don't know how to pass on financial wealth. They can't pass on a legacy. Somebody said earlier, most inheritance is usually about 100K or less if they have a life insurance policy when it comes to transfer of wealth within our community. On average, I'm not talking about the ones that know, because obviously they're giving a lot more. They own homes and other things. There is generational wealth there. But our community is in fucking shambles. So yes, it is a page one every time a new generation is built because they're not transferring that shit up. There's a whole bunch of hateration. I've delivered plenty of life insurance policies where the family just took what they could for immediate gratification on wealth and left their fucking rest. They didn't give a fuck about it. And you worked all your life to build it all.
Also,
We're fucking beginners in this game. For some of us.
I also gotta add a little bit of nuance to what Felipe said. I don't think America is an inherited wealth country. Statistically and just data, I know, right? Statistically and just data wise, that's just not true. In fact, like if you were in Italy and Spain, that would be true in Italy and Spain. But here, people's fortunes rise and fall. You know, most people aren't rich 3 generations out. But in this current America, it is becoming more that way than ever before. But not in comparison to a place like Italy or Spain or even Germany, where that shit just gets passed on and on and on and on and on. And, you know, sometimes those economies are fairly stagnant. So that wealth just kind of locks up. And it also helps too that we never had an aristocracy in this country, not an official aristocracy. So that wealth is broken up even more. In the UK, it's way worse because you had an aristocracy. Bro, you still have people who own huge 90% of UK land, or 95% is, you know, held by what? A total of 200, 300 families in total. Because they had an aristocracy. They never phased that out. So, yeah. There are benefits and negatives.
Yeah, shout outs to America. Definitely, it's a story of rewriting. But people gonna believe what they believe. So do what you do. If you believe it is because of your family and etc., okay, whatever. We know the data. Well, we don't know. And you ain't got to believe it neither. So that's cool too. But the data just says what it says. Most of the wealth is lost. You know, generational wealth is one of the biggest goddamn myths. Everybody fails. 90%, you know, like there's a small fraction that allow, you know, such thing to happen. Like the Rockefellers is only one family that actually is still around doing quite good for themselves. How many families are there in America? There's a lot. So at the end of the day,
you spoke on a
you know,
Rockefeller.
being a millionaire, being a high net worth individual, it's like a hotel. People are checking in and checking out all the time. Most of the people who became millionaires or billionaires, at least 58% of them had zero money inheritance. Even if you go to the next 29% or 28%, those percent only receive $25,000 and under. And then when you go, it's almost like 12% where they're getting crazy amount of money. And again, that fails third generation by a rate of 90%. Give or take, pluses and minuses in either direction, it's still by a large margin. Most people are one-page rewriting. But you want to blame it on your family, you want to say this, say it. Do you? Wish you the best.
Nah, but a lot of times too, not for nothing, I'm not taking shots at you, O2O, but you sound like I'm living my best life and I ain't going back to fuck with you, nigga.
Yep.
He's right.
And I am. And then
Bro,
but the
that's
difference
what you sound
about me,
like, bro, on dogs.
Yeah.
That's what you sound like right now, dog.
Facts. And that's what it is. So shout outs to that. But I'm still here as a multi-millionaire talking to black people and providing information. I still got real black people in my life that I changed their life by giving them this information every day. And that's what I do. And then I quantify that by I'm living my best life. Because that's an actual example and the result of my hard work and determination. But I'm still here, not saying I live my best life and F y'all, and I'm not on this conversation, and I'm not going to be on the panel talking to y'all. But I'm actually talking to you guys. I'm putting down the keys to the Lamborghini or the Porsche 911 and having a conversation.
Come on, bro. Cut it out. Because now you sound like you
No,
looking
it's not
down.
cut it out. I'm just saying that's what it is. See what I'm saying? A black man can't even be winning. He can't even be congratulating
he ain't
himself.
say that,
I'm
man.
still giving
He
y'all the
ain't say
fundamentals. I'm just trying to
Don't do him like
articulate,
that, bro.
hey,
He
I'm
ain't
having
say
a good life, and I'm not just turning you off. I'm putting down the keys to the 911 because that's what we do in real life, and I'm having the conversation with you guys. Period. And
Bro.
anybody else. It's not you guys specifically, but Charlie Chang, and I'm
Bro,
here.
you sound like right now you were in reference to your own people as you people.
They are you people.
Yeah, they are you people.
Because
I say
bunch of
anybody.
individuals.
I say
That's
mindset
the
over
problem.
everything. They're
We
individuals.
aren't
They do
united.
whatever they want.
This is the problem. We're not united. So they are you people versus us people. We are actually multi-layered as a people right now because there's so many people going different directions. We're not united. So when you say you people, you can't be offended because you probably aren't those people that we're referencing. But you're taking it as an overall community. There is no community loyalty. This is the problem. We're looking for community loyalty in everything we say when the community is not loyal to you.
And Ronan, I didn't even say it. Oh, go ahead, cool.
But I'm putting it that way. It is a you people.
Yeah.
Everybody is not me. Everybody is not you. Everybody doesn't have the same direction of drive that we're pushing towards to try to bring people back around. And as you can see, it's like herding cats. You can't get all of them to go the same fucking direction at any one given time.
There you go.
Me and O2O, we always come to head at this. It's not because we don't disagree. It's because it's just, like I said before, it's like Magneto versus Professor X. O2O being Magneto. He's saying, hey, I'm over here, I'm winning. I learned the game, I mastered the game. You can master the game too if you just do and listen to the game that I'm putting down. Just like he said, I've learned what I needed to do. I went to the military, I did everything. I'm investing in the right areas. You can do the same thing too. Instead of, trying to beat them, because that's really what it is when it comes to me. I'm over here and I see the fundamental racism that goes on in America. I see all of the colorism that goes on abroad. I see all of the things and I say, okay, I believe that my people or we can actually beat this system if we start to work together. That's what I generally believe.
Like, when we've been on this channel, have I ever told you don't do that? Stop doing it?
No, and that's why I like you being on the channel, because you're showing the opposite end of the spectrum. Because as I think we said it before, I said you saying, okay, do it this way, okay, and this is how I'm winning, and I'm saying, okay, I see that, because what you're really saying is bootstrapism. Pull yourself by your own bootstrap, you'll be able to do it. I agree with the whole pull yourself up by your bootstraps. So I will never, say
He even takes it a step further, Black Cleaner, because he's trying to show people how to do it, and they fucking turn around and don't fucking want to listen. So not only is he saying pull yourself up, but here's the way to do it, and they still like fuck you.
The reason that they're not agreeing with it is not the whole bootstrap part of it. It's the whole
tone?
Huh? No, it's not even the tone.
Y'all offended?
No, it's not the tone.
No one's offended.
It's not the tone. What he's saying is America's winning right now. You just need to get down with America. And we're over here like, we black folks, America is against us. Okay, well, you can keep believing that if you want to, but that's what's keeping you losing. So, to me...
Oh, hold on. Black leader, I didn't say, listen. If America's against you, okay, cool. That's what you're saying. Okay, cool. Who's on you? Wakanda? Who's on you? Ghana? Who got your back? Nigeria? Who got your back? Now, if you say, hey, we got our own back. Okay, cool. All right, so you got your own back. Do you still need to, or y'all not going to do capitalism? You're not going to invest? You're not going to do entrepreneurship? Because if you are, what I'm saying is still applicable. Some parts of it and components. You ain't got to be dripped in the red, white, and blue. But I love America. I didn't say you have to. So at the end of the day, I'm not against what you say. I wouldn't be one of them brothers mad at Martin Luther King and mad at Malcolm X. I would have said, hey, chill out. Both are necessary. I understand that you still have aspects of race. Bro, there was Indians out there in Texas doing good. They don't have no crime. They're not hurting anybody. But white people just jealous. So they just mad at him.
Frisco,
Oliver was doing the reporting, and he was blaming Indians, and they were showing him the paperwork, showing him that they're not doing anything illegal. And he was like, you got a new microwave. You still bad. I'm like, what? You just blaming them off of anything. That's how people are. I know people are like that. Mm-hmm. So at the end of the day, I get those components you say, right? Yeah. But the game I'm still laying down on house hacking, the game I'm still laying down on buying stocks, it's still applicable. You could chew gum and walk at the same time. You don't have to be dripped in the red, white, and blue like I am. You get what I'm saying? But I'm not against you for being dripped in the red, green, and black. Mm-hmm. I'm not trying to stop you from doing that. Put down that damn shit, motherfucker. I ain't got no battle with that. I ain't got no qualms with that. Do that. I'm just saying these are these other components that you have not mastered. And if you say, I don't want that in my new element of the green, the green, red, and black, then that's you. You got your thing going on. I ain't going to hate on that neither. Go ahead, cool. Or whoever.
Nah, I'm just listening, bro.
But I never was against you, Black Cleaner. You admitted that too, right? But we agree on that.
Yeah.
So that's what people don't get. They think I'm going to be against them. I'm not. Everybody's going to think different. I would have been the brother trying to get Malcolm X and Martin Luther King together. That would have been me in that time. But I'm here in this time. And so the only thing I have to say is, okay, if that's what you believe, that's what you think, that's what you know. I love the energy. A lot of people just sitting on their hands. There's not a lot of us that want to take an active role. And it's nothing against the rest of the people. They got duties, they busy. They ain't got no damn 4 hours to be talking on no YouTube. They out there doing stuff and making things shake. So the ones that decide to actually spend the time, I'm not going to shoot you down because I don't agree with your idea. Nobody made me King Negro. I ain't got all the ideas for all black people to get us out. I just got one small component, and it's definitely in investing, and it's definitely in business and commerce. I know that for sure. And then we can edit it, gene crisp it, whatever y'all want to do, MRA it, but net, it could play a part or not. That's your decision.
Yeah, those are the things we talk about on this thing. Those are the type of things we talk about up here.
But I don't have to agree with I hate America in order for us to rock. I'm not going to stab you in the back. They not asking me to get the knife and, Julius Caesar, and I won't. That just is what it is.
God damn, bro. How do we always get back to people hating America? Does anybody ever say, wake up in the mornings like, fuck, I hate America?
Yes, I know plenty of people that do it.
Yeah, they burn flags.
You saying something?
Especially now. Because of what America represents in the world. I mean, if you going and kidnapping presidents and assassinating, sheiks and shahs during Ramadan.
Maybe they have a reason to hate America. All right.
Yeah, but I think again, travel. We be around travel spaces. If you guys travel, y'all don't know shit for the most part. Like people really hate China. People really hate Japan. They got real beefs, but y'all don't know nothing like that. All y'all know is America, 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 America. Like everybody got real beef. Half of them people would rather be with America than they would with China. You don't know the stories. You don't know what Japan did to these Chinese people. You don't know what these Chinese people did to actual Japanese people. You really don't ever know. No, I'm not you specifically, Cleaner.
Yeah.
But most people who have that, like, America does this. Like, bro, you just don't know. Like, there's atrocities really from the Middle East. Bad ones, my guy. You guys don't even know that. Y'all love talking about slavery, but y'all don't know nothing about the Saharan slave trade.
Still going on.
What? And still going on heavy buying and selling Africans in broad daylight.
Nobody's seeing that shit.
It was in the UN. They was trying to show it.
Yeah, Muammar Gaddafi, that assassination lit a fire under that belt during that time in Libya.
I mean,
he going on like wildfire.
Do they give a shit about the discrimination that happened to black ears? No, they keep their shit separate. We keep our shit separate. That's all.
But the key thing is, as Martin Luther King said, a threat to justice anywhere is a threat to injustice everywhere. So the key thing is, we do need to, get ourselves together, because charity starts at home, and then once you're able to, improve yourself, then you should be. Then it's your responsibility to be able to start to improve things in justice. Every place else a little at a time. Because if everybody did that, then we would be able to clean ourselves up overnight.
That's the other cheek shit that he talks. Nah, we're not doing that.
Say turn the other cheek. Did I say forgive? No.
I mean, yeah, but I'm just no, because the thing is, even when you look, like I know, for example, I remember this particular thing that Gap did, Gap polls, and they went around polling black people. And black people were saying, oh, the greatest thing right now that we're really focusing on is ICE, immigration. And then they went over and they asked the Hispanics, and they don't give a fuck. They said the number one thing that concerns them is the economy. Don't give a fuck more than these people, because the bottom line is they're not going to show up for your politics. Don't show up for their politics. They're not going to do that.
But I just found it... It was interesting, even in that video that you showed earlier. Like, you guys up here, black guys, are talking. Bro, you're good. First of all, it was the white woman who had that situation, right? That sparked the stuff off, right?
Which situation?
In the Tulsa
Black
video.
Wall Street situation.
Yeah, it was all about an elevator incident. Yeah.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't your women in lockstep mission with other women of different races and groups? So you still thinking in race? You think black women are only still thinking in race, or are they thinking in gender?
I would say that. I mean, are we talking about after the feminism?
No, I don't care about talking about feminism. I'm talking now. Talking now in reality. Where are black women? Are they locked-keyed? Aren't they in a contract with white women specifically?
It's not with white women specifically. It's with.
I mean, it's all women.
We were saying it's within the system. It's what they're dripped in the red, white, and blue system that you're talking about. Hey, this system is making me comfortable.
No, they're dripped in that.
I'm down with this system. This system is giving me job security. This system is giving me all of these economic safety nets. So I'm down with the system. Later for everything else is
okay. So it's only you black men.
You either meet the system or you beat the system. And if
so it's only you black men then, right?
So like, why? Okay.
Hold up, OTO. Did you say once again, bro? You just referenced, and it's only you black men. Did you just say that?
I'm talking about the situation with the black women and the black men.
You said it's only you black men. Like, you sound like you're separating yourself from your own race, bro.
If I am,
That's weird, dog. The way you worded
okay,
that, dog.
we heard you. I'm weird. Okay.
You can be weird, and I know
I'm
you're gonna
weird.
be what you want to be. I respect that. So do you in life, always.
Okay, thank you.
But you sound
Go
a
ahead,
little weird.
KB.
No,
Okay, go ahead. Oh, Black Cleaner. I'm weird. Okay, I sound
my
weird.
question for
All right.
OTO was, you said
I'm just
something
bothered
about
by
how-
that you people shit.
I know. I heard you say it a couple of times. Go ahead.
So my question is,
But my track
OTO.
record is there. So
All right, your
how I
track
speak
record is
and what I
all
do
you.
matters more. But go ahead.
So
Go
my
ahead,
question
KB.
for OTO was, why? What makes you come to that conclusion? Like, what's the logic behind it? Because you said something like,
Which one?
you don't. So you were saying that you think that black women, they're more.
No, I was
line.
asking KB.
You just asked me which one, and I'm saying the
I
one.
don't think I'm just asking because I'm trying to know what y'all think.
Oh,
Is
okay,
black
my
women
bad.
on your team, or are they not? Are they with white women? And this is what I'm asking. Are they with the women movement? We
No,
sisters,
it's not the
we
women
women.
movement. It's with the system.
So it's not there's no women movement. It's only just a system
So,
movement.
say it again.
You black men. The fuck was
So
that?
there's no women movement. It's just a system movement. We're with the system. That's what they say. Women say that.
Yeah.
I would come on, the black cleaner.
Go ahead.
The black cleaner, like black women, they had to have their own separate things from.
Because I could have swore they said
white
they hate the
feminists
patriarchy,
anyways.
and mostly men. But
Man,
okay.
most of them don't, bro. Just put that patriarchy shit to bed. It's not even a serious argument. I don't even pay attention to it.
But it's what they say though, right? Or no, they
Man,
don't.
they could say they like nice guys and they don't fuck on the first date. Just let it go.
Okay.
So I wouldn't say black women are more in line, because in my opinion, at least from what I've seen, like black people, at least in the professional scene that I've seen, it's like, damn, bro, they're kind of like on the bottom in a way. I see that in reality. Yeah, it's true. Like in most, when it comes time to get chose, black dudes who are successful, who got something going on, they tend not to fuck with the
They mostly go with black women.
All right, we're getting off the
but again, most black men go to black women. They don't go all out. And most wealthy, well-to-do black men are with black women. You probably thinking about people in basketball, and even them, they still are mostly with black women. So it's just like that's not even accurate.
Maybe I just notice it more when it's biracial. I'll concede.
Yeah, because you probably that's what you focused on. You like girls who racially ambiguous, big booty, and that's okay. But you just projected. That's all that is. Most black men are with black women. Black women are mostly with
I
black
love the
women.
low key
They're like
shadiness
one
of
of the
comments,
groups
bro.
that love to stay together.
You guys are
Black
killing me.
people are really like, all I date is black. So
all right. We're getting into
They
the
got that
final
aligned.
hour. I'm actually gonna close this out because if it goes above this, then I won't be able to clip it the way that I want to be able to clip it. So with that being said,
booty clapping sounds.
Do we have any final words from the panel? I appreciate you all coming. This was definitely a great topic. There was a lot of information that comes out of this. And yeah, I appreciate everyone's input, information that was contributed to this topic of controversial cooperative economics. And we had many people from different points of view. So, and all of them are respected. So this will be your final chance to say a few words before I close this thing out. I'm gonna start at the top.
I still fuck with you, bro. I do like when you're on the because you're an educated brother, and I love it, and I love to see it. I love to hear it. So don't think I was, it's all in good fun. Sometimes you gotta create the controversy. You know what I'm saying? Get it cooking sometimes.
Cool. You would have cooked me. You would have kicked me off because you was mad. So it's cool.
Nah, I wouldn't have kicked you out, dog.
No, I'm saying like if you really was mad at me, right? Like you would have been like, get out of here. So I knew.
Right. So
good.
it's not that serious, bro.
Yeah, it's not that serious. So yeah, shout outs to you though. But I'll rephrase my verbiage. I get what you're saying.
No, I won't say it. You people, motherfucker.
Hey, yo, Ronan.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
And let this be yet another reminder. No matter how much money you got, y'all know the Boondocks spoke.
Mm-hmm. There's always nigga moments.
Yeah.
Hold up. I think I even got that sound bite. Hold up. I think I got that sound bite. Hold up. Is this it?
You have experienced a nigga moment.
There it is.
Well, on my closing, if y'all want to do it, do what you got. Y'all, see? If y'all want to do it, then do what y'all want to do.
Yeah.
No. But
I like that better.
Yeah, that you like the y'all better than you. Okay, got you. So group economics, any economics, economics, I love it. So if anybody's going to do it, I support it 150%. I'm going to say something just to rile people up. Shout outs to Israel. And then we just keep running up the bag and we keep winning.
They signed a treaty. That treaty was winning. $300 million to Iran.
Said it to get people riled up, KB. So shout out to everybody, man. And anytime it's about economics, investing, I'm here. And so I really appreciate you guys for having me. You could have kicked me off. So much respect.
All right.
Yes. Shout out to everybody.
Oh yeah, and don't be listening to people who got like Kansas City Chiefs, posters in their background and stuff like that. Because who the heck even like that team? Let's be real, bro.
Man,
how they next to a Filipino flag?
Not only do I fly this flag,
We're
but
the
I'm sitting
American
in
flag.
but I'm sitting all over in a whole nother fucking country while I'm doing it. What the fuck? But don't listen to me.
That's
Listen
bad. That's worse.
That's sitting there enjoying his life up on the fucking side of a mountain with a Porsche 911.
That's when he got the
Go ahead and
flag.
listen to him too.
He ain't give a fuck about
Yeah, I didn't see the flag before when you had the studio. So they be right
That's
when they
because
won.
That's because I was in America when I had the whole studio thing. When that was all set up with my rifle behind me, which I miss. I miss my bullet therapy. Man, I'm missing so much shit. I can't wait to get back to America. What the fuck?
You got any final words, KB?
Nah, that's it for me.
All right.
Yeah, have a good night.
Yep, you have a good night too, fam. We'll see you the next time.
Just to close out, thank everybody for tuning in on this Monday night. Make sure you tune in next week, live at 8 o'clock, to Nate the Black Cleaner. Real Talk with Nate the Black Cleaner, co-host Kookie.
Yep, next week, since it'll be Father's Day, we're going to be having on Mommy Issues Monday. We're going to be talking about Father's Day. Yep,
Daddy Day.
Ghost dads. We're going to be talking about all of that.
Stepfathers, suckers, all that.
Right.
I was wondering.
So if y'all got any, y'all want to go ahead.
Hit him with that music before we close out, bro.
Hey, Black Cleaner, I sent you an email with a whole bunch of variations on your thumbnail.
Okay, appreciate that.
I'll see you later, brothers.
All right, see y'all later.
Play that theme music, bro.
Yeah, my final words on this in terms of cooperative economics. We've been here. We've got it. We've lost it. We can get it back again, as Keem said a long time ago. So the name of the game is to be able to just start doing that. There was a O.W. Gurley who started Black Wall Street. There was a Bioho who started Palenque. It all started with one man, doing all of this, and it created the momentum. So it's up to you. It's what you're going to do in order to create the cooperative economics. Are you going to sit there and, say, woe is me, we can't do it, the government, or are you going to, pull yourselves up like by your own bootstraps? Or are you going to get down with America and join the gang? You know what I'm saying?
Put the shirt on or not?
Exactly. but the key thing is to be able to do something, take action. And that's why I have these, discussions on this channel, is to be able to to peel back the layers and talk about a lot of this stuff, and to see the different personalities and the different point of views on this topic, and then, we can make a decision and choose our path from there. So with that being said, I just want everybody to understand that, we definitely need to come together. We definitely need to have our cooperative economics and rebuild what we lost. One person in the group said the video that I showed how Black folks lost $500 billion, basically, when he was talking about the Tulsa, Oklahoma massacre. But there was other Tulsa, Oklahoma massacres. So if you're thinking that just that one lost us $500 billion, okay, what do you think that happened when in the Wilmington massacre? What do you think happened in the Rosewood massacre? What do you think happened with Osterville, where Lake Lanier was created? What do you think happened in Forsyth County when they ran all of the Black people out of Forsyth County, or the place in California where they poisoned the well and got all of the Black folks out of? So it's been done over and over and over again. And we could have the woe is me attitude about it, or we can have the, as he said, stop being, blaming the victim and become the victor. Okay, this is what they did. You just learn from it. And that's really what this whole thing is about. It applies to economics. It applies to love and relationships. The whole thing is, are you going to sit there and say, okay, I'm not going to do this again. I'm not going to trust it. And I'm just going to be this way. Or are you going to say, something, they did this the last time. I learned from that. They ain't going to get me with the banana in the tailpipe again. They're going to have to they're going to have to come different.
Right.
And keep it moving. Me, I vote for, I'm not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe anymore. They're going to have to come different, but I'm gonna still keep coming at them. I'm going to still keep coming until I succeed. And with that, I land. I appreciate you all vibing with me. And also, too, I wanted to say this. I had probably about 20 people watching, you know what I'm saying? And I appreciate you all watching the positive content that I'm putting out here. And that's what I'm going to continue to do. I do not want to turn this thing into a Jerry Springer situation, because that's not what I'm about. If I got to turn it into a Jerry Springer situation just to be able to get more views and get more ratings, then guess what? I'm just going to rock with the 5 people, the 2 people, the 16 people who decide to watch me, and we just going to keep it there. You know what I'm saying? So, but to those who decided to rock with me, I appreciate you all, and I'll see you all next Monday, same time, same channel. Peace.
Peace.
Members that we love, that we've lost them, because I like to keep this tradition going. So this is a toast to family.
To family. The Black Cleaner. Nate's Odyssey. Traveling while black. Real stories. No filters. Follow the journey. Across the world we've roam. Searching for peace while trying to build a home. Through the love and the loss, through the pressure and growth. The Black Cleaner speaking truths most people never told. Follow the journey. No filters, no pretending. Follow the journey. Real stories, never ending. From Panama nights to Cartagena views. trying to understand life from a different point of view. Conversations get deep when the camera's cut on. Talking purpose, pain, and trying to stay strong. Traveling while black in a world full of judgment. Trying to find freedom while escaping the dysfunction. Some people chasing money, some searching for healing. Others just trying to understand what they really feeling. Nate's Odyssey, every episode authentic. Talking real life lessons, people scared to mention. Relationships changing, friendship fading slow. Trying to find your purpose while still learning to grow. Follow the journey, across the world we roam. Searching for peace while trying to build a home. Through the love and the loss, through the pressure and growth. The black cleaner speaking truths most people never told. Follow the journey, no filters, no pretending. No, follow the journey, real stories, never ending. Messy love Mondays and them late night talks. Money mindset streams while we question our thoughts. Building the broad but discovering yourself. Learning real freedom ain't just wealth. Black fatigue conversations hit different at night. Trying to carry pressure while still chasing the light. Every live stream feel like therapy sessions. Helping people navigate pain and direction. No fake flexing, just honest reflections. Travel stories mixed with life confessions. The beauty and struggle of the global economy. Trying to elevate beyond survival mentally. If you ever felt lost, if you ever needed change, if you ever question life, this journey might feel the same. Follow the journey, across the world we roam. Searching for peace while trying to build a home. Trying to build through the love and the loss, through the pressure and growth. The black cleaner speaking truths most people never told. Follow the journey, no filters, no pretending. Follow the journey, real stories, never ending. Travel, culture, relationships, reinvention. The black cleaner. Follow the journey.